Okay, that seems to be working. Let me check my settings here. There we go. All right, now, welcome to Morning Brew. Sorry about the late start, having some audio problems, and I decided to go ahead and get those resolved real quick. Tried to get on right on time, and again, audio was being a little bit of a pain in the, you know what? Yeah. So, what's going on this morning? We are starting a new morning brew. All right, I've already got one downvote. I hadn't even started it. I already had a downvote. That is awesome. Oh, I don't know who loves me so much, but thank you. Thank you for all your love and attention. It means so much. Now, let me go ahead and get this posted to Twitter real quick. And then, of course, I'm going to go ahead and post the StreamYard link in my private group just to send the invite out. And I've already sent a couple of invites out. So I've got somebody in the back room waiting for me while I post that onto Twitter in the group. And there we go. Let me get back to here. And we have V-Star 333. Good morning.
Good morning, Captain. How are you?
I'm doing all right. How are you?
Just waking up. I'm glad you're on.
Yeah, same here.
So are you on this time? Yeah, are you on every what's your schedule? Is this your thing now?
This is my thing now.
Cool. Awesome.
I do take off on Monday morning because Admiral's on this time.
Right. Oh, well, that's good. So you give Bill a break then.
And yeah, Bill has been has been ending earlier, and I thought, you know what, I really want to start something.
Yeah.
And so I talked to Yitza about getting an image.
And I like it.
He created that. I gave him a direction.
Right, that's all you have to give him.
Well, see, most of the time, my instructions are very vague, and so he does whatever the hell he wants. Okay, this time,
awesome. Yeah.
This time I gave more of a direction. I said, I wanted everything that was technically brewed. You got coffee, you got tea, you got beer, you got soft drink, whatever.
Right.
I wanted that in the image because it's going to be a quote morning brew. Everything that's technically brewed would be considered part of morning brew. So I thought, what the hell? I'm just gonna have
some fun. I like that. Yeah, no, that's good. I like that. I can't turn on my flashlight. I was checking my sugars. Okay. They're not too bad. Okay.
Yeah, I love this. I've got somebody who absolutely loves me so much that they come in and give me a downvote even before I start.
I saw that. I love that. I do. I love that. I wonder if it's one of my goons.
Oh,
just kidding. I was a smart ass comment. I
Oh,
shouldn't have said.
I know what you mean. I know what you mean. And
Oh,
I am absolutely certain of who it is. And
mine.
thank you so much. Thank you so much. You know, you're making my Christmas holidays so festive. Thank you. I really appreciate it. You know, um, I've come to realize, obviously, people who are going to hate are going to hate, and you just got to take them for who they are. And right now, I'm going to focus on the positive,
Right. That's all we
and
can do. Yeah.
and there is no reason I'm going to allow um, any negativity in my life.
Right. 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 Which actually, I find that we have to have the negativity actually in a weird kind of twisted way. Um, I've been learning doing work on my own self, right?
Mm-hmm.
Um, to embrace that negativity because we have to face that negativity in order to move on. So when you face it, then you can chuck it, move it on, and but when we throw it back, we don't throw it back with negativity. We throw it back with positivity because
Exactly.
if you there has to be an exchange, an even exchange. Which I'm coming under the awareness of, which is it was kind of big actually, because in the past it was like, oh, I must throw back positive, I must do this, I must cast off this shit and that shit. No, because it's like basically facing your shit,
Mm-hmm.
like basically facing your yeah, you got to face it and then deny it or do whatever, but we never throw negativity back at it is what I'm trying to kind of
Oh
say.
yeah,
So yeah, and if you can
that's
stay in that,
that's the problem. A lot of people
yeah, that's the
don't
problem. Yeah.
don't know how to face
Hey,
it
I'm guilty of it.
while
I'm not,
you know.
yeah, right.
So
And I'm not saying I'm not guilty of it. I'll raise my hand for the first one to being a dumbass and being guilty of something. You I'm not. I try to be as transparent as possible. But yeah,
oh,
seriously,
and
if I can't
thank
admit that I'm a dumbass, just like
you.
I'm human, just like the rest of everybody, right?
Oh yeah,
I'm
oh yeah. I
I'm
know.
still human because I
Good
woke
morning,
up,
Dirty
Captain,
Sam.
so I know I'm human.
Well,
Hey, Dave.
we are. So
Right.
yeah. Good morning. Got your message. Happy to come up shortly when wife heads out to work. Well, that's good to know. Thank you, Dave. You're always welcome on. And yes, I've sent out messages to a few people. Uh,
I don't have you on Twitter, but I found Joseph and I found Birdo Prey and I found Darth. It's just been a nightmare. I didn't realize doing that would cause so much friggin' um to lose. Like, I guess I should have copied down at least a couple addresses before I took down my Twitter, but I just couldn't take any more.
nope.
You know.
Understand completely. That is not a problem. And in fact, just for you, I will put this backstage
Okay. Thank
because
you. Yeah, it's not on your. It's not on your about page on YouTube.
right.
Actually, they don't blame you. You gotta be careful. Yeah. Oh, I'm out of coffee, so I'm drinking tea. Ugh.
I would definitely not be. Yeah, that's not me.
No,
Don't get me wrong. I like tea.
no, no. I need my morning coffee. I don't know. I think I can make one little or two cups if I scrape the bottom of the. Oh, I can't believe I'm out of coffee. Oh, so what's been going on? I haven't been doing much of here there streaming. Um because I've been working a lot.
Right.
Actually, it feels so good to be back to work. You just don't even, oh my gosh. It does, but it's taken me a minute to remember stuff, like, because I'm doing a lot of admin work too. And like what I did yesterday when I told fucking Chris what I did yesterday, excuse my language, when I told Chris what I did yesterday, he's like, no big deal, we can fix it. I said, they said they can get in, and it wasn't anything like super sensitive or anything. I said, but see, that's what I mean. It's just like, he goes, but that's Google. Google's really like screwing up
Yep.
too. The way, yeah, bad. So I think we're going to get out of Google Docs. I don't know where we're going to go. I guess I'll figure
That
it
would be something to investigate. Go ahead and
out.
check out some different options.
Yeah.
Figure out where, because not everybody's necessarily going to be able to switch immediately.
Uh-huh.
So yeah, check your options, see what's most
Oh God, look at this.
compatible, and just
Right.
just try stuff
Yeah.
out. Keep the Google
Mm.
stuff going for now,
Yeah, we
and
have to. 'Cause everything's on there.
and in addition to the other one, then just
Right.
slowly switch over and say as of February 1st. Let's just give a date.
Right.
February 1st, everything's switching over to this one. And then
Right.
just stop the Google Docs as of that date.
Right.
Does that make
I've always
sense?
had a problem. Yeah. I said I'd rather do like something sensitive like that, like Outlook, get an Outlook program, like
Yeah.
a regular, yeah. Because Outlook is more secure. But
Yes,
I've
it is.
also known too doing Zoom, like for
Mm-hmm.
meetings and stuff, and meetings through um, Zoom. My phone doesn't get as hot. I don't lose signal. I don't drop or anything, which is kind of weird. Or
That is unusual, but at least it
but you can stream to to YouTube through Zoom too,
that's it. Really, I didn't know that.
and Skype. Oh no, it's Skype. Excuse me. I think he did it Skype because we've been trying out some new things too. And if StreamYards would friggin' get with the program and do uh, a mobile like stream the other one, not Elements. There's StreamYards and Stream the other one, the other stream. I said we should make one that called the Stream. And then just be, and then just like, I don't know, have a picture of a stream constantly going. How many people would watch that, huh? Just a stream, the endless
That would,
stream.
yeah. Well,
You know,
there was some interesting things that were mentioned, that people could stream. It's like it. The funny thing is, it seems endless now. You can
I know
stream whatever, and
people
you
are
know
actually like
people are actually
watching
watching it. Yeah,
chairs. Somebody said, and I don't know, and I think it was an asshat, by the way, that said,
yeah.
put camera, yeah, and just stream a chair, and you'll be surprised on how
Oh
many
yeah.
people will watch a chair.
There are people who will watch a chair. Watch
And I'm
a
like,
chair.
okay, is that because they're waiting for something to happen?
Usually,
Or,
they're waiting
okay,
for somebody
I'm
to sit
hoping,
down or
I'm
waiting for.
hoping that they're waiting for something to happen. But it would be really cool to really mess with people's head and like make the chair talk or something. You can do that with that pet talk thing. You can
Oh
make
yeah.
inanimate, yeah, make like the chair talk or something. I don't know. It's just ideas that, I have too many ideas. I just throw ideas out there. Somebody grab the chair idea and make it talk and see how many subs you get. I don't know. So how are you feeling? You sound good today. You sound upbeat and
I, you know what? I've been trying to be more upbeat, and I think honestly, having this to look forward to every morning does kind of give me a little more focus. Gives me something to look forward to. Um, so I wake up every morning, I get some coffee, and I go ahead and come on. Uh,
Yeah,
so
which it makes sense. It's like a purpose. That's what I was saying. Like, it's so good. I haven't worked since 2016, since I was diagnosed with, the kidney crap, and being in and out of the hospital. So I'm so used to working. So for me to, like, all of a sudden not work was like, oh my God. And it gets you into depression. It gets you into, like, especially when you get older, up in the beautiful ages like we are, you
hmm
know, you feel like you don't have a purpose anymore. You know, I don't know about you, but that's what I felt like. It's like, well, I don't have a purpose anymore. I mean, like, I got in a really bad depression, like 2017, 18, that was really heavy. And I think it caused a lot more of my sickness, to be honest with you. The depression will friggin'
oh,
do a lot.
absolutely. Depression does a lot to the body, and that is one reason that you know I went to the doctor the other day. I found out not much. Uh, they did the blood work that the doctor's been wanting me to do.
Right.
Now that I don't have to pay for everything,
Oh,
um,
good. Oh, good. Did you get some good insurance?
I got something taken care of. So that's the good part.
Awesome. Yes. Thank
So
you.
now that I don't have to pay out for everything,
Right.
got went ahead and got the blood work done.
Uh-huh.
Uh, Otherwise, that would have cost me hundreds of dollars right there.
Oh, yeah. That's ridiculous, isn't it? Jesus.
Um, so it's like, okay, if I'm not having to pay for it out of pocket, why not? I'll have all these stupid tests done. Go for it.
Right.
Because
Yes.
only one really needed to be done, and that was for the medicine.
Right, but it's good to have, your annual blood work done, see where your levels are at, and, make sure that your levels are good. I'm one to talk.
Oh yeah.
I get my blood work done every time I go to the hospital. That's about it now. I don't trust the doctors out here at all. At all. Yahoos.
Well, in
Yeah.
general, I will be honest. In general, I honestly don't trust most doctors. I really
Well,
don't.
I
I
was
mean,
with the doctor since 2010, and she knew me. And then when she left the one practice, and the main doctor collided with the world, okay, and
mhm.
went worldly, that's when they put me on that antibiotic. But they said, what antibiotic are you allergic to? So I said the Bactrim, right?
Right.
But they didn't specify it's the main ingredient. So they would transfer me to these other antibiotics that had the same ingredient. But you think that they would know that it had the same number one ingredient as Bactrim, or two down or something like that, that I'm
hmm
allergic. You would think that they would know. And this is what I get from the doctor. Well, it's not a complete science. I said, look, asshole, seriously. I,
honestly,
I,
what you have to do, I'm going to be honest with you. Screw your doctor.
I know.
Screw the doctor. Go to the pharmacist and say, because they are the ones with the medical
Right,
knowledge. They're the ones with the knowledge of the medicines. What they do then is they contact the doctor. They'll
right,
prescribe this.
right,
Okay. The pharmacist will call the doctor and say, can we substitute this for the prescription
yeah.
you prescribed?
Mhm.
That way, the doctor's involved. He approves the medicine change,
Right,
but the pharmacist is then saying, okay, this is what doesn't have the ingredient that you
right,
can't have.
right. But
And
they
I want to
never
say
say that,
hello
though.
to you to lemons. Yes.
Yeah. Hi, Yitza. How are you? Um, but they don't specify, and I really think that we should know what's in our medicine, because when I checked my bottles, when I was getting rid of all the medicine, all the bags of medicine that I had,
Yeah.
that were out of date, right? And I was checking them, and I'm like, oh, oh my, this has the same ingredient. No wonder I keep testing for this unspecified bacterial infection, because the medicine was giving me the infection that was keeping me sick.
And good morning, Rambling Canuck.
I'm rambling.
What's going
Um,
on? You should have a message in your DMs. I don't know when you are going to be going live next or whatever. But you are more than welcome to come up as well, Rambling.
yeah, and if I have to leave, I'll leave.
Oh,
No,
um,
I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I'm not trying to mention anything. You know what I'm saying? But I don't know, because I don't know. I've been out of the loop for a minute. I don't know. I don't want to offend anybody anyway.
oh, I
Just say,
honestly, let me put it to you this way. I'm so worried about you offending people. Uh, I sent you a direct message with the
I know,
link.
right?
So it's like,
I
yeah,
know. I saw that, and I'm like, okay, I'll go up. I'm awake.
awesome. I'm down to 3 downvotes. This is amazing.
Woo! Oh, I love it.
I'm sorry. This is so incredible. I've got 3 people out there who love me so much that they want to come on and give me a downvote. I appreciate that so much. I do appreciate the upvotes. Don't get me wrong. I love the upvotes. I just love the interaction. It means so much. But these people who come
Mhm.
on and give downvotes are really giving me feedback.
I
So
know.
it's a positive thing. Thank you.
Shh, shh,
Thank
don't
you
let them know
for taking
that.
time out of your day to come on to my stream and to interact how you can. Now, you're more than welcome in the chat because you can say stuff in the chat. That's fine, unless of course you can't. So,
Right.
hmm,
Hmm. Interesting, huh?
yeah, because unfortunately there have been a few people I've had to kind of
Yeah.
not allow because
Yeah.
of things. So,
Right. Right. You know that one button that we have that says block? It's a
yep,
beautiful button. It's a
it
beautiful button.
is. It is. It is absolutely beautiful, and that's one of the few features that I actually like. Now, I do wish that YouTube would bring back the feature that I really liked, which was when you were in a chat and or on a stream, and you could pop up. You could click on somebody's name, and there'd be the 3 dots that came up, and then you could find their channel. You
Yes.
you didn't have to
Yes.
do this stupid YouTube search. You could automatically go to the channel.
Right. It's amazing when you do a YouTube search, you like disappear in it.
Oh yeah, there have been
Yeah,
people. It's like I
it's
know they have a
amazing.
channel, and they're like 8th down the list. It's like what?
But there's a lot with the same name
Exactly.
spelled differently. And yeah. And then, like I said yesterday on Twitter, I didn't know that they had this feature when you created a new Twitter or a Twitter, that
Mm-hmm.
you can go your name and make multiple names.
Right.
So because I change, I change my name, whatever character that I'm working on usually. And so I'm like, isn't that interesting? So you don't have to like keep, because they only allow you to change every so many times every 90 days or whatever your
Right.
name. but you could actually go and have those all programmed. So you could flip back and forth to each one of them. Let's say you got 8 plus.
Right.
Yeah. So when you go and you block the first one, it's not blocking all of them. You have to go individually and block every. And I'm like, I don't got time for that shit, and that, but I didn't know. If I would have known that on my other Twitter, I could have done that and kept all my people that I was following and stuff, because,
Right.
I still like to keep up with my friends, hopefully, that are still friends. So,
Right.
yeah. I'm not advertising anymore in my other channels because I just don't want it. I just don't. I had to put all my videos. I mean, it was drama. I had to put all my videos in private. You know how many videos I had and stuff, and I'm just like on YouTube, and I'm just, because I don't want them to go in and do any more damage than's already been done. It's enough. But that was my fault. I brought it on. But that just goes to show you, don't mess with one of mine.
Yeah.
Period. And I knew going in, to be honest with you, I knew going in the outcome was going to be very nasty for me, but I don't care. That was one of mine. Two of mine, actually, but one I had to drop. But that, I went in specifically because I was so sick of hearing about it
Oh yeah.
that I don't know if you saw the stream or not, but it was quite funny because even though I was going in and out of internet, and you know how I do with my phone, right?
Oh yeah.
Uh, I had 2 backup phones, old
Ah.
phones that I hotspotted. So when I was going room to room, I could hear still everything that was going on. That was the funny part. I'm like, wow. So then when I would get back on, and question
Uh-huh.
suspect, it was like, really, really. And the funny thing is this person had to have known me, because had to have known, when I get mad, I don't yell. When I'm yelling and like excited and like, it's because I'm venting or my sugars are high, right?
Right.
But when I get very quiet is when I'm really pissed off. And this said suspect knew that. So this said
So in other words,
suspect
in other words,
had
we
to,
don't want
yeah,
you quiet.
no, 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 not at all. That's when I'm really mad, and that's when yeah, that's when the dark one takes over. We don't like her. She's nasty, but only nasty to people that are being nasty to people that I care about, you know? And it was funny because at the end, it was like begging me to come on their channel. And I kept saying, "You going to pay me?" No. Well, then no. Well, then why? You'll have fun. No. Are you going to pay me? I'm just being such a smart ass. No. I said, well, so that's like telling a hooker, just, to do something and you'll pay her later. Ain't ever going to happen, doll.
Oh my God.
I mean, no, you don't know who you're going up against. I'm like, no, no, no. But yeah, I was furious. I was furious. I'll tell you, I was furious because I'd had enough, because nobody knew why that was happening, you know? And still, it's just to boost that person's rating, because he went from a 14 to 200 and something real quick. 114 to 200 in like 2 days. That's why.
Yeah.
If you entertain people like that, that's what's going to happen. If you entertain the drama, that's what's going to happen. So basically, he did what he
Well,
sought to do,
right.
but
And
he's in a lot of trouble.
yeah, here's the problem with that. Yeah, you're going to get a lot of people who want to cause drama are going to get a sudden burst in channel numbers. That's fine
Right.
because people do black drama for
I,
whatever
right,
stupid reason. Okay, but there comes a point at which it ends, and then it's like,
right,
where do you go from there?
right. Because you've already
With
damaged yourself,
me,
and especially if you're saying, or it's funny because this said person is from a place that I lived a very, very long time that I know. Hello, what did I do before I semi retired? And all of you that know what I did, well, guess what? Yeah. So I did call some attorneys that I worked for back there.
all right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well,
Because of
that's
this.
good to hear.
Yeah.
Let me see
Those
something
such
here.
subjects. Um, but yeah. So when you say where you live, right? You
Right.
say a town you live in a state. Usually when you ask the other person, well, where did you live? It's bam, right there. They don't have to look it up on a map and see where they live or hesitate. Oh, you're in the Southwest. Well, I'm blah blah blah. Oh, well, that was way too much of a lag. You know where you live.
I should hope.
I just don't like people to think that I'm stupid. Not that you guys do, but other said entities,
Right.
because yeah. So, anyways, yeah. So, if this said person is what he said he is, he's in trouble either way. So, just saying.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
So anyhow,
So, anyways,
what has been going on with you, Nancy? I know you've not
so
been on as much. Uh,
yeah, I
anything good going on? Any
yeah,
news about
actually,
family or anything?
well, that's kind of weird, family wise, but I did get to talk to my son, my son's son,
Right.
um, for like 34 whole minutes, which is like amazing because, we all know he's in the military and it's hard for him to talk. So we had this like brilliant conversation. So that like made my holidays because I hate Christmas. Bah humbug, but I love the time of the year. Like I love winter and stuff. So anyways, so that was really cool. We got to talk about because the story I'm doing with Nathan Kevite um is taking place, under the sea, under the sand, in topsy turvy land. So it's like this whole like twist on everything is like upside down and backwards from our reality. Anyway, so I was trying to incorporate the Celt side and the North side. Okay, and
Hmm.
so I told my son, I had sent him the picture of the icon from Stone Loki,
Yeah.
the dragon,
Yes.
and then I got the tapestry. I did an unfolding with Nina's pillow of the black and white one, and everybody's saying, "Well, why didn't you get the red one?" Da, da, da. I said, "I don't know. For some reason, I have to have this kind of white one on the background and with black backing."
Right.
And so I said to my son, well, I'm sending you out like a holiday package. And I said, do you want this tapestry? He goes, hell yeah, I want to put it on my
Ah.
wall. I'm like, damn it. I'm like, damn it, because I wanted it, but it's my kid. So of course I'm going to give it to my kid. You know what I'm
Of
saying? So I'll just get,
course.
but he said, interesting story. Okay. And I said, really? And he said, yes, about the white dragon and then the Celts and how they hated each other so much that they would battle each other to the death. Because I said, how bitching? Because you're from one side and you're from the other side, So I said, that makes you like beast, son. And I was like kind of joking about it. He goes, I don't know if I like it because them two battle are like at, you know, till. And so he started telling me everything about Norse and the gods and all this stuff. And I'm like, how do you know this? He goes, I just know this. And so anyway, so we had this like really brilliant conversation. And I said, that just warmed my heart that he knew that was my background, and he went
Yeah.
and for whatever reason, and I
Mhm.
said, but listen to this. I said, how bitchin' would this be? I said, so that was like the original Hatfields and McCoys, right?
Yeah.
Let's just for I said, but how bitchin' if the story goes that there was this secret woman that nobody knew about that was holding the child from both sides. I said, not that you're the savior of the world, son. Okay,
Right.
this is a
Right.
story. Okay, and he goes, Mom, I get what you're coming from. I see where you're going with this. I said, he goes, he knows me. He was like, I see where you're going, and I'm like, yeah, the secret woman that has no background or anything, but the ancients, right, had to create this child to bring back the two sides to come to some resolve because there's a bigger, badder entity coming from like
Exactly.
beyond the sand or something like that. So that's when he started telling me about all the different and like how, yeah, like all of the gods and the Odin and all of that trickled down. And I like Hel, Hel, the goddess Hel, who's
Right.
Loki's daughter, which is really weird because you would think her name would be Hela and she would be the ruler of Hell, but it's different. It's Hel who's the ruler of Hela.
Right.
But he goes, Mom, the reason she's half dead is because she was born half dead, and I just got chills all over my body. I'm like, wow, because you were born half dead. Serious, my son was. He didn't breathe for
Yeah.
7 minutes after the umbilical cord was cut. I said, and I died 3 times. I said, that's a perfect character for me to play because I can really get into that character. And he goes,
Oh.
yeah. And the funny thing is about her is the crown that she wears or the veil is what keeps her in prison because all the other entities are afraid of her. I said, yeah, I like her. So I want to be her. So anyway, so that's like a really good thing that happened. And then of course, my new position, Chris and Mars City and Kid Millennium, that's been taking up a lot of time, which has been I'm so blessed to be part of that. And so just getting to move eventually as soon as I get rid of my stuff. I'm still
All
trying to
right.
get
I
rid of
just got
stuff.
a message from Ramley Canuck. He's going
Huh?
to be coming. It's been taking him 15 minutes to make coffee. I wonder if
Oh
he brought
my.
it himself.
It sounds like he grew the beans himself. Boy, everybody's got coffee and I got tea. I feel sad. And my neighbor's not up yet. I can't go borrow coffee from her. So, you know me, I'll babble forever. So,
Oh yeah.
I
Oh yeah. That's one
want to
good reason
babble.
to invite you on. At least I know that there will be somebody who's always available to talk. It's
I have that reputation, don't I? I'm sorry.
Hey, let's see here. I invited you on. If I didn't, but that's the thing I want. I don't want dead air. That's the worst thing
Right,
for
right, right,
somebody streaming is to have a ton of dead air. Knowing that you
right,
have somebody who can talk about a number of subjects and can fill in when something happens. Um,
right.
that's a good thing.
That's
Like yesterday, I had a internet issue. I had several people on the panel. One of them happened to be NB Geek. So what did he do? He kind of took over. He made sure
right.
that,
Oh, you'll
that
never have dead air with him
right.
ever. Yeah,
So that's one of the reasons. It's like I,
yeah,
yes,
yeah.
I want to be on. I want to. uh Again, I want to. I don't want to see that's. I don't want to use the word control, but I want to be
Right,
more of a moderator. You know,
right.
I'll have people on. They'll talk.
Yeah,
Um, you know, I'll interact with them. I'll interact with the chat. Of course,
right.
we haven't had much chat this morning, so uh, but that's the thing.
Yeah, I hope I didn't
You know,
scare people away.
oh, we still have 7 people watching, so obviously
Okay, I'm really
not
not
too
evil,
scared.
people. I'm really not
But
that evil.
the funny thing is though, uh, it always ends up gaining numbers later on, which is
Hmm.
good to know because
Right.
and there are times it's I'll watch and it's like okay the numbers look really low. Then of course later in the day it's like
Yep. They go up
150
and
people
yeah.
watch this
Yeah.
later. It's like
It's
wow.
amazing, isn't it? Yeah, you have to take that into consideration. Absolutely. And
Because
if
well
when you, yeah,
I know people who are in like California, uh whatever I can't think of
right,
that coast, that area,
so,
um
yeah,
Washington, that kind of thing, Washington
right,
State, not Washington DC.
right, not DC, right. Yeah,
um
and they can't come on that early, or you got
yeah,
people at work that that are at work and
I mean
there's downtime.
technically I start at 3 a.m. for them, so it's like
Yeah,
they're not going to be up then, but
right.
they are going to be up in 2 hours, so they may start listening, or they may just
Yeah,
start they may just get on and then listen later.
right.
So you know that's why the dead air is so
Yeah,
bad, because
so
it's not just for the live, because the live you can listen to and it's like, oh hey, I know something's coming up, but
right.
when you got the people who are rewatching, you got to make sure that there's enough things going on that people want to keep listening.
Right.
And
And no offense, but different topics, but not the same old. There's actually people
oh,
out there. Yeah.
that's one thing I've experienced before, where they'll have like a weekly show,
Right.
and unfortunately it seems to be the exact same guests, the exact same
Uh-huh.
topics, just maybe in a different order, or
Right.
it gets a little old. And
It does. And that was my
that's the
whole that
reason.
was my whole thing. Yeah. Keep it fresh and new and just don't don't try to do something somebody else has done. Think of
Right.
something different. Think of
Exactly.
something there's so much different out there. There really is. You know, so much. Like I just said about the chair and stuff. And like that's why I like to come on because I like to just like flip ideas because I got too many in my head. It's like run with it. Somebody grab it and run with it. Different
Oh,
ideas.
absolutely. And good morning, Rambling Canuck.
Morning.
You don't have to be mean about it. It's morning.
Okay.
Oh, it's
Okay.
good.
Good morning, Rambling Canuck.
Oh, is it snowing again? Fuck. It's 5:45 in the morning and I'm awake. Oh,
Yes,
what
you
the
are.
hell? That's okay. I've got an hour and then I've got to watch Discovery. But that's okay. I'm
Ooh.
prepared this time. I have a bottle of whiskey in my fridge and I'm good to go.
That's good to know. Yeah, well, that means at least I know I'm going to be streaming over Loki today, because I'm not watching it yet. Ugh, I don't want to hear about it. I'll catch up later, but
Kat, you might miss Drunk Canuck depending on how bad it is. I might just say fuck the mix and just start drinking straight out of the bottle.
that's why there's rewatch.
Headlines: Canuck got fucking wasted.
And trust me, I do listen to Loki when it's not live, for particularly for Thursday, because it's like I want to watch. I miss being involved, but it's like no, I want to see the episode first, because then I mean, I guess I could forego doing the show and watch the episode, but it's like no.
Yeah.
Like that.
I don't know. Some of this shit. I'm just fucking convinced that it's Vince Russo writing this shit because he's the only moron that could write this kind of crap. And yeah, it's got to be Russo. It's just got to be.
I don't understand how. Yeah, I don't understand how these people write. It really makes no sense. I know kids who can write better than this shit.
It's just absolute dog shit. But yeah, so yesterday I got so pissed off. So how much lockdown are you guys in down there? Down south?
Currently, where I'm at, not much.
Okay. Well, up here,
Yet.
I haven't really been out much
Right.
because I don't get out much. I usually send the boy shopping or one of my friends or whatever.
Right.
But yesterday I went with my brother and because I was going to do some Christmas shopping.
Of course.
And it's the first time I've been out in about a month and a half, like other than to my corner store.
Right.
But actually out.
Right.
And
Exactly.
I get to the freaking Walmart and I lost my shit. As I go into Walmart and I'm like, okay, well, there's a friend of mine's little one that I'm going to pick up something, like a bath toy or some little trinket.
Yeah.
So I go to the Walmart section for the toys. It is roped off and fenced off. You can't buy toys. It's now illegal. You're only allowed to buy necessities.
What the
So
fuck?
you can't buy anything from the toy department. Okay.
That's insane.
You can't buy anything from the towels and bedding department because those are blocked off.
But if you need towels, for fuck's sake.
No, it's food, baby supplies, feminine products, and medications and stuff. So the pharmacy's still open.
Well, what about automotive? What if you need oil for your car?
That's apparently still open. That part I could get to in certain sections. But for the most part, you go down, you're going through the Walmart, and certain aisles are completely blocked off with these big things. It is illegal for us to sell this product at this time because it's not deemed essential.
That is absolutely
so
insane.
All fucking Christmas shopping has to be done online, or you have to phone into the store and do the curbside thing for certain stores, for certain things, right?
Yeah.
But you cannot walk into a Shoppers Drug Mart and go to the toy section, what little toy section they have, right?
Yeah.
And buy any of that shit. It's on the shelf. It's there. You can physically touch the fucking shit, but you can't buy it.
Oh,
This is starting to piss me off.
Starting to? Yeah, that's...
Tell us.
Yeah.
Really?
So I've determined that I'm not going shopping for another month. I'm just going to send people out because the more I go out, the more I get angry.
Excuse me.
Yeah, we don't need a piss Canuck. No.
It's just
No.
fucking stupid. Like the whole freaking kids section is blocked off like a bomb hit it. And it's like, why? Well, it's to deter people from coming to the store.
What?
Yeah, to keep the numbers down, right? So that, you don't have because Christmas time is busy, right? There's a whole bunch of people in the store buying Christmas shit. So to keep the numbers down of people going to the store and to discourage people from going to the store, yeah, they're not allowed to sell that shit. Up until last week, Christmas trees were on that list. So if you didn't have a Christmas tree, you were fact. You had to order online. Good luck with that.
Let me see if I understand this correctly. Just
Yeah.
bear with me. Now let's see here. A store who relies on customers to come in and purchase items is saying to people, we don't want you to come in and purchase items.
Yes, because the government has stepped in and said we're in code red, and code red means that only essential stuff can be sold at the stores. So, toy department is shut down. This department is shut down. This department is shut down. You're not allowed legally to sell XYZ.
I'm sorry.
It is so bad because I talked to my son when I got home,
Mhm.
who has, gone out more than I have.
Right.
And he's like, yeah, Dad, you can't even buy, like, the toy section in Dollarama is shut down.
Wow.
Right?
that I'm gonna have to go out shopping later today then, because I'm gonna, that's gonna piss me off.
Right? Because you like literally everything is shut the fuck down. Everything.
I'm sorry. I'm tired of all this lockdown shit. I'm tired. I went to the doctor. They had a video playing about positive aspects of the social distancing and yada yada yada. And it's like, they're trying to downplay everything. It's like, I'm sorry. Fuck you. This lockdown shit has been going on for too long. It's time to end it.
Yeah, well, not only that, but at least you can go to your doctor. My kidney doctor, I get to talk to over the phone because he's going to be able to do an examination on my fucking kidney through the phone. It's freaking ridiculous. My one friend is worried because her due date's in March, and if they keep keep it where it is right now, she's going to have to go and deliver her baby, and her husband's not going to be allowed in the hospital.
That is insane. That is insane. I can't even believe that. I mean, okay, I understand if they don't want him in the room, if they've got to control the environment that much, but not even in the fucking hospital.
No,
that is fucking insane. I mean, I'm sorry, I try personally not to cuss that much, but come on, that's insane.
it is just it is mental. Like, it is absolute. And then, like, our schools are all effed up. That's a goddamn mess and a zoo, and I think they're all stupid, but that's okay. It's an absolute fucking stupid gong show.
Oh yeah, and good morning, NB Geek.
Hey, Cap, V-Star, Rambling Canuck. What's going on, guys?
There we go. He got it
Good
right
morning.
with my name on the screen. There we go. Give him bonus points this morning.
What's going on, guys?
Not much. You?
I'm just waking up. I've been up for about 20 minutes.
So I don't know if you heard my rant, but
I heard it was dealing with schools.
Well, not only schools, but okay. So I got out for the first time in about 2 months, because the farthest I've been out is to the corner store. The rest of my shopping I either have got my brother to do or my son, because I have a weakened immune system. Not tempting fate. So
Understandable.
I don't go out much. So yesterday I went out with a buddy of mine. He came pick me up in his truck. We went down to Walmart. First time I'd stepped foot in a Walmart in 2 months. So I go in and I'm like, well, there's a couple of gifts I'd like to get for my friend's little one. Just a couple little toys, maybe Paw Patrol or something little that I can just, give her near Christmas. Whatever. Okay. So I go over to the toys section. It's freaking blocked off with caution tape and security guards. You're not allowed in that section because it is now deemed by the Manitoba government illegal to sell toys near Christmas, because it's not an essential product. It's illegal to sell towels, apparently, too, because that section was blocked off as well. Bedding was blocked off as well. Half of fucking Walmart is inaccessible.
Damn.
Okay?
Is just insane.
Yeah,
All
the shit's already. Yeah, I don't get it. The shit's already on the shelves.
I go to a fucking Shoppers Drug Mart, okay? I can touch the toy because I'm standing right next to the fucking rack, but I can't buy it.
Mm-hmm.
There's big
Oh.
fucking signs, caution tape, and big signs that is technically illegal right now at the current stage of fucking code red bullshit to sell this product. It's illegal. We can't sell it.
So your
Then-
government is all about screwing themselves out of sales tax
It's-
revenue.
Right? So everything has to be online. The only way you can buy it from the store is you go online, you place an online order, and then you do the curbside thing. But that's only offered at certain stores.
Mm-hmm.
And it usually takes them 2 to 3 days to fill your fucking order because they're jackasses.
And,
So yeah, bah fucking humbug.
Jeez.
And I decided to post a comment that I have from, let's see here. Mhm. From Twitch. Lockdown is going to keep going until U.S. actually has a police-enforced lockdown like other countries, or else people will wander. COVID will start, spread, and semi-lockdown is effectively useless.
So Cap, because I
Yeah.
need a laugh this morning before I have to go watch Discovery, I'm going to post something that I found on my Facebook feed into your Morning Brew chat.
Go for it.
Yeah, let me.
Funny as hell.
Yeah, Minx. I'm gonna point it to you this way: a nationwide lockdown in the U.S. is completely unenforceable, and it's also goes against the 10th Amendment, states' rights. So it's not even remotely enforceable. It would get challenged all the way to the fucking Supreme Court, and it would be struck down as unconstitutional.
Well,
Nope.
unfortunately, in this day and age, no, it won't. It will be enforced if people don't stop it, because it's yeah.
No, I'm saying it's completely unenforceable. Sure, you'll have states like New York and California and places like that who go ape shit over enforcing it. But other states would be like, no, they would immediately file lawsuits.
Right.
Texas would almost guarantee you'd be the first one to do it. So I'm saying, though, look, we're not a small ass country. We're too fucking big for that kind of an enforcement. It's not possible. Even the governor, I mean, look at California. They told him don't set off fireworks for 4th of July. What happened? They set off fireworks during the 4th of July. Because why? Because you can't enforce that kind of shit. What are you going to do? You think the entire LA Police Department's going to go looking for people with firecrackers? It's not going to.
It's kind of like the cell phone laws, right?
It's like the what?
Cell phone laws when you're driving.
Yeah.
Right? Yes, anybody who does it, you're putting people's lives at risk. But let's face it, 90% of them, the police are just not going to catch.
Yeah.
No, they usually would catch them for something else.
Right? And for the simple fact, it's just there's not enough cop cars on the road. There's just not.
And
Well, I always call those
brain
things.
specs.
Yeah, some of these I always call stupid feel-good laws. They sound good on paper, but they're completely unenforceable and mean nothing.
Yeah. No. Or like jaywalking laws.
Well, it's like we have these stupid laws, like they had the Violence Against Women Act. I'm like, I thought violence was already illegal.
Yeah.
I thought domestic violence was already illegal.
I thought that
I'm
was
pretty
covered.
sure if I went up and punched a woman, I'm going to get charged with assault.
Yeah.
So why do I need another law on top of that law?
Redundancy is king.
Yeah. And unfortunately, I'm going to tell you what I honestly believe. One of the first things that our president-elect will do once he
You mean
becomes president
Mm.
is sign an executive order for a lockdown.
And mandatory.
Countrywide.
Well, I mean, Cap, you're giving him a lot of credit. You're supposed to remember where he works. Whoops. Did I say
Well,
that?
let's not forget he's not going to be the one making hardly any decisions.
Right.
No.
He's a weak little man. He's a puppet.
I was just
He's
gonna
a puppet.
say
He's
that.
a what do you call that? What do they used to call the fake king? They used to have. Oh, he's a figurehead. That's all he's going to be. Harris will make most of the decisions probably behind his back, and he's not going to be able to make a decision for himself. He's going to be like, oh well, this smart guy told me it, so yeah, it's a good idea.
And Joseph Petrick. Let's see here now. Domestic
Good morning,
violence is
Joseph.
illegal. Need to tell my wife. Does not work out. Talk to you from the hospital bed. Yeah.
It only works the other way, Joseph.
Yeah, because apparently violence by women against men is not illegal, but the other way around is. I don't know why, but hey,
Frowned upon, Cap. It's not that it's it's
Yeah.
just frowned upon.
Yeah,
And there's
well,
got to be a damn good reason. It's like when your car falls apart. There's got to be a reason for it.
oh yeah,
And you not doing the maintenance wasn't it. Just saying. It's because you hit that pothole 5 days ago. Not that you haven't changed the oil in 3 years, but details.
oh yeah. And Professor, you're welcome up here. Same for you, Yitza. You're always welcome up here. But yeah, I know.
So
that,
there, Captain, did you get a chance to see the radio show? And will you please leave us alone now? We almost killed him. Are you happy now?
yeah.
Shot a torpedo at him. Was that good enough?
You want me to leave a comment? Okay, fine. I'll leave a comment later.
And I did get Jeff's message that he demands that Pray 5 be put in worse predicaments than him.
I agree.
I read that one. Message received, sir.
Let's see here. Of course, you're going to need to have Andy Tricker on again and kill him.
He makes me growl. Yeah. Yeah. Wow.
Oh, it's funny because he had been talking about having a Bible study group.
Oh, please.
Unfortunately, now here's the thing, and I don't mind as far as because you said there are certain things he wants in the group. I missed this part of the stream apparently, but obviously people would use their real names in this chat versus their usual screen name.
Huh.
Okay, no problem. I get that. It would be a small group. It'd be up to 10 people. The other thing is that you would need to be on camera, and it's like, no, that ain't gonna happen. I don't care.
That shouldn't be like a mandatory thing. I don't understand that, but that's his thing.
Oh, that's his thing, and I will say this: he has every right to have his list of things that he wants for his own small group. I support that fully. I can't participate but I support it fully. If it's going to help people connect better, I say go for it. Let's see here now.
But in my opinion, and this is only my opinion,
Yes.
I had been on a couple of his Sunday streams, and I had made some comments, and that were totally biblical, and got reamed for them. And I felt kind of like, wow, if you're professing to be this person that is open to opinions, and then you're going to shoot somebody down for their opinion only, not fact, because we don't know what fact really is, right? Then how is that helping anybody else to come to the faith that you believe in? Was my
Right.
my question.
And the thing is, with that, it's usually a more open discussion. It does not always follow a church-like atmosphere, unfortunately, and that's one of the reasons that he wanted to start this small group, was to have people on. Honestly, to have people on who are more like-minded,
Right.
who will interact, but not, it won't be a debate type situation where,
Right.
okay, which again, his idea, his
It's a
thing,
great idea.
go for it. I fully support it. I can't be involved, but I fully support it. I want that to succeed completely.
Right. For people
And-
with that like-minded faith, absolutely. But to tell them that they have to go on camera and stuff like that,
All right,
should
Cap,
be
I gotta.
Yes, I
gotta
know you
get
need to go
because,
watch that.
yeah,
Yeah,
I
that
gotta
disturbing show.
prep to get drunk. Anyway,
Make sure you have that liquor handy while you watch. You may need a couple shots here and there.
no, I think I'm just gonna hang the bottle upside down and connect it to my veins. But one of the two.
And we've got
Have a great
Bird
one.
of Prey 5. Go ahead,
Have a nice
Bird.
day.
Your introduction. You're muted.
Of course he is.
He's probably asleep. Sleepo Prey 5.
Wasn't that the second filler episode for the mirror timeline?
I couldn't do it for long.
I saw you laughing. So, okay, go for it.
Hello world, it's Bird of Prey 5. Kapla.
That was half-assed. What's going on, Bird?
I'm on, but Mama Prey still sleeps, so I don't want to yell.
Okay.
I just
Then
figured
you
I'd
gotta-
come on and say hello real quick.
And you got a good reason. I'm glad you did. I'm assuming you've already watched Discovery.
I have, and I'm on camera because I had just finished doing my review.
Cool.
How bad was it?
Yeah, about the same as last week.
Okay.
That
That's
is
not
to
high.
say, not one of the worst episodes of the season.
Yeah, exactly. Well,
Surprisingly.
no, Professor, I'm not going to ask him for any spoilers. That's not the point. I just asked him if he'd watched it. I don't want to. I haven't seen it either, so I'm not going to.
I'm not spoiling it. Although I will imagine that most people's thumbnails will spoil something. And I debated whether or not to put something in the thumbnail. And I'm sorry, I decided to put it in because I'm sure everybody else is going to. So
You know what? That's fine.
just be aware. You'll see something.
And good afternoon, Yosef.
Good morning, Yosef, or afternoon, Yosef.
Greetings from the future.
Greetings.
Yeah.
When is your video upload, Bird?
It's uploading.
It's
It's
uploading.
It's
Yeah.
uploading. It's gonna
How
and
long?
how long YouTube will take to process it. It's 54 minutes and change.
Oh, okay.
Ooh,
Yay. Great.
It's a little bit longer than the episode itself.
it's probably
I
more
probably
entertaining than
could
the
have done
episode,
it in
though.
45, but there were some spots I paused a little bit trying to find the words I needed.
Yeah. It was actually a nice episode, and I'm going to spoil one thing.
Oh Lord.
We had Jet Reno,
That's true.
Okay.
Jet Reno
Okay.
was back.
That
And
would
that's
not
it.
necessarily be a spoiler. That's just
and
That's
that's
an
it.
info
I'm not
drop.
going to say. I'm not going to say anything. You know what? In general, without going into any spoiler areas, I can tell you what I disliked on this episode. It's pretty simple. I didn't like the editing.
Right.
Somehow the cut between certain scenes was like basically just black fade out and nothing else.
Right.
And it was like very, I don't know, very raw cutting. Like literally, there was like something missing in some of the cuts. That was the one thing that I didn't like. And CGI in the scene that is probably the biggest spoiler. I liked it. That was done very well. But there was another scene that I cannot spoil. That played still in the mirror universe. The CGI was so extremely bad that I was like, is it an unfinished CGI effect? Literally, it looked worse than probably something from 15 years ago, and I was like, why? But otherwise, story-wise, the story was good, except of course, and even despite we had one scene where Michael was called the bestest ever, somehow now it was a fit. I didn't mind that one moment, despite
Really?
I hate those.
It was more
Yes,
than once.
I mean at the end when it was mentioned, it wasn't that horrible.
And it
It
wasn't
wasn't
even the
horrible.
bestest. You're even better than you think. She thinks she's pretty damn good.
But
Oh,
you know what? Since it was in that setting where it was set, it was a very sentimental, emotional setting. So I got it, and I didn't mind it here in this situation. It literally didn't bother me. Probably for the first time since episode 1. You know?
I'm looking forward to watching this because if I'm correct, I'm gonna be telling you off, Joseph. Just letting you know.
Yeah, and like I would expect something else, and like I would mind.
I
No,
mean,
of course. You
more
know what?
cats for Joseph will be the paying tag.
Yeah, of course it will be. And I'm telling you, I'm not opposed to that hashtag. The only problem is that literally I'm one animal away from being homeless. My wife told me literally, enough is enough. So yeah, but yeah, it's extremely. You know what? They are all at home, and I have literally no idea where they are right now. All the kids are at home because it's like 4 degrees Celsius, so it means not even like 40.
Right.
It's slightly above the freezing point, and it's like rainy. It's literally more like November weather than something in December.
Right.
Connie, come over.
I mean,
Come here.
can you believe it is already the 17th?
It's already the 17th of December, and you know what? At least Bird has some like
Got
Christmas
some
atmosphere
snow.
outside of his window. Yeah.
Yep.
Can you show if it's if it doesn't bother you? Can you
Yeah.
show the exterior cameras?
I can. Hold on.
Your CCTV cameras.
I can see it
Because
on the side there.
we already see it on the big screen.
Oh, okay.
But
Well, I'm going to share the screen.
but share it because it looks. This is something that I would like I would like to have. I hate snow, but it creates a beautiful atmosphere. So I would like to have it on like on the 24th,
Exactly.
like 24th, 25th, 26th December, and then please melt. Yeah, that's great. What's the fourth one? That's
The backyard of the snow is on the screen of the window.
on the screen of the
Ah,
window.
can't see
Okay,
that.
okay.
That has a beautiful
Okay.
effect, quite honestly. What about
Yeah.
the third one?
Same thing.
Wow. I like that
That's a
effect,
basement
actually.
window. It's a
Basement window.
screen.
Okay.
You know what? You should
So-
There's ice on the front windows too, but it's mostly melted.
Oh, the cameras are on the inside of the house. I thought they are on the
Yes.
outside.
No, I got them
okay.
inside the house.
I can tell you
capture
so
the
much.
images of the third
Sorry.
and fourth one there. Capture those images, save them. I love those.
Oh, okay.
Third
and
I don't
fourth
know. I don't know
windows.
why I thought the cameras were on the outside, but like mounting on the outside. But it's cool because it only means that mom keeps the windows pretty clean.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I think
She
Sassy keeps the windows clean.
Oh, I absolutely. I love the look of snow. I love to see. I love the feeling of Christmas, but yeah, then just go away. Oh. Well, okay. Here's what here's what I want to say. Brainy McSpecs. Oh Lord. Will Mama Pray go out with a yardstick for a measurement? That's a good question, Professor. And you should be able to come on if you'd like to ask yourself. And actually, I did send Mama Pray the link should she ever want to come on. So she has the StreamYard link herself. And you know who I need to send it to one time just for fun? Sissa Pray. It would be fun to have her on.
I just put a link in the chat to a photo album of the pictures I took as it was snowing, and I put the last two photos you wanted in the same album,
Ooh,
Captain. So feel
see here.
free to.
Bert, you
if you
mentioned
want.
that Sisopre is moving to a house. Is it like she already moved, or is it like ongoing, or is it happening later?
She's in the process. She hasn't actually moved yet.
I'm not seeing the post, so
I put in the public chat.
yeah, I'm looking.
You don't see the post?
Nope.
It says, let's see.
Top
Did
chat,
I post it in the right
live
thing?
chat.
Yeah. I see. So I'll put it again. Snow photos and a link. We'll see if YouTube accepts it. I mean,
Okay,
it
now
looks like
now the
it's
link is
accepted.
through.
Now it's there.
Now
Okay.
it's there.
check that out.
So it begins. Yeah. And now. It looks like nice couple of inches.
It is. I mean, it's probably 6 to 8. Probably around there. Although
I wouldn't say 6 to 8, but so 4 or 5 definitely.
Well, the only thing is like right here. I don't know if you can see.
Yeah,
I'm not sure.
I'm looking at the patio to your next door neighbor there.
This is my patio.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Mama Prey swept it quite a few times.
Mhm.
So this isn't, you can't go by this edge. I'm looking down at the driveway.
And what about the some snow plows? Nothing?
No, the plows have been down the street many a times. That's why you can see it's black. Been a lot
it
of
could
plows.
be. Okay.
Okay. See, you can see here's the height of the
Oh,
snow.
okay. So there it is. Literally, this could be those 6 to 8 inches, definitely. Yeah.
Yeah,
You're right.
maybe 6 inches. Mm,
Let's see.
Yeah, and the ramp was Mama Prey sprayed it with something that melts the snow for a while.
Right.
So there's not a full buildup on the ramp either.
That's good.
And luckily, the storm ended a lot sooner. In fact, it's wrapping up now. This is the last of it. It was supposed to keep snowing all day, but this is it. So, a lot less worse than we thought it was going to be.
Yeah.
Delivery will be
car
probably
driving up front. Delayed, yeah.
delayed. Yeah.
What'll be
So sorry,
delayed?
Captain. Deliveries
No,
and everything.
Oh yeah, they'll be delayed.
And good morning, Professor Brady Specs.
Good morning.
Good morning, Texas.
Professor.
And good afternoon to the future.
Yes.
Thank you.
So, what do you have planned for today, Bird? I'll ask you now.
Well, I'll be on Loki at 9.
Right.
Otherwise, I don't really have anything planned. I'll see about later. If I do anything, I'll be on the Bird of Prey 5X channel.
Okay.
Is Sister Prey coming? It's Thursday. She usually
Well,
is there.
probably not with the snow. Maybe tomorrow morning.
Mm-hmm.
She knows Thursdays
You already
are
got
tough
your truck?
days.
Your assault truck's already going out?
Yeah, they've been plowing and salting all night.
We know when what's his name? NB Geek
That
has
guy.
coffee.
That guy.
How's that?
We hear it.
We hear it.
Oh,
you
you heard it.
slurping. Yeah. Is it called slurping?
Yes.
I think it did.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, I didn't even know I did that.
Yeah.
And
Well, this is
I
strange.
just took a drink of my coffee. Did you hear that?
No.
No, because
No.
you were
Okay,
sitting.
let me try again.
Oh, there it was.
Barely.
Did you hear it?
Little sip of coffee. Yeah.
A little sip. Okay.
So I had this is very weird. I was waiting on Admiral Doom's mug, and I thought that was what was coming in yesterday, and they sent me another Stone Loki mug. I'm like, how did they do that?
Hmm.
They're not even on the same. They weren't even in the same stores. Huh? That was weird.
That is definitely weird. Was it the same mug you already had or a different one?
No, it was the same one. When I ordered it from Loki's store, I ordered one of those mugs and then one of the Rise of the Valkyries, and those came several days ago. So not quite sure how that happened. I gotta agree with Lady Gravemaster on this. Bill Burr's character as Mayfield was a better ex-stormtrooper arc in 15 minutes than Finn got in the entire 3 movies. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, there's no way around that one.
Now let's see here. I know Bird is going to be on Bird and but I can't.
Yeah, in
Rambling
fact, I'm
Canuck
going to
are
have
going
to
to be on
drop
Loki.
off.
Yeah, I know you are. That's not a
I will
problem.
talk to you guys later.
Yeah.
Kapla.
Okay.
Okay, take care.
Take care, Bird.
And
Kapla, Bird.
looking forward for the review. To the review.
Oh, is he doing a review with Loki?
Yeah.
Okay.
He does the review with Loki, and plus he's uploading
His own video.
his own video.
Yes. And so it will be. Let's see here. Loki, Rambling Canuck, Bird. I know probably Purple Valkyrie and Samantha Joe on the show today,
Interesting.
reviewing the episode. So obviously, for anyone who's not yet seen it, they're going to probably be spoilers. I don't think they, I don't think they go for spoiler free. Yeah. Jeff,
You
will
either watch it and get all the spoilers, or you don't watch it.
I don't watch it. I do
it.
watch it later, but I don't watch it live.
Yeah, understandable. 50.
I only
Like I
have so
said,
much
I
time.
haven't been watching
And-
since.
Real reviews.
I haven't been watching
3000.
since the 3rd episode.
You are correct. None today. None today. That's because she's probably taking the day and she needs time off. Let's see here now. Come on. No. Really? I love Twitter sometimes, but yeah. When I'm typing in somebody's name, all of a sudden it's like the third one down. It's like, what? I didn't type any of these other things. So I'm going to go ahead, Chris. I'm going to send you out a link if you want to join. If not, that's fine. I know you're busy and working. But I did.
Cap,
Yes.
I threw a couple things in private chat for just so you have a little 411.
Of course, I appreciate that. Always have, always will. Uh-huh. Yep. Understood. Completely.
Figured you might.
Yeah. And you know what? I have to agree. I felt the same way. So yeah, yeah. But here's the thing: we are going to focus on the positive again this morning. We're not going to get into the negative. That's the good part.
Oh yeah, nothing negative. I'm just saying that was.
Oh yeah. I appreciate that. Thank you. So Joseph, how is your wife this afternoon?
Working good, and we just realized that she has almost 45 days of holidays between this year and the next year, and I have 50. So it's ridiculous, because obviously we're not taking vacation. We are not taking vacation as much as we usually do, because what sense does it make to take days off and then stay at home and stare at some screens or whatever, or these? Because basically everything what we like to do together, everything is closed. So I was and it's not good, I would say. It's getting on the nerves in the meantime.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
because obviously, literally we are using Bert's Cinema Saturdays as our cinema. We literally make popcorn, Coke, and we sit down on the sofa and watch the movies together.
So basically,
Because
Bird
because
provides as an essential service.
Bird is an essential worker for us. Yeah, definitely. This is one of those things. We love to go to like wellness, swimming, and all this stuff. Everything is closed since March, and it's just annoying. The only good thing was that we had like a few days off in July and in August when we went to Croatia and then to Hungary. But it didn't. I'm not sure. I didn't relax as usually as I do during the summer when we take literally like 2 to 3 weeks, like complete off, shut down, turn off everything, don't look at screens. Like people usually take their phones and their notebooks with like notebooks and movies with them and all that stuff. Nothing. We just took our book readers and the mobile phones, and that was it. So the Kindle phone, and that was it, and nothing else, so that we can shut down for a little bit. But I still don't feel relaxed, and I feel tired. Actually, I really feel tired, and now
I,
we have at least as of Wednesday next week, I'm off work, and I will stay off until whatever day it is. Give me a second. When's the 1st of January? 1st of January
Be a Friday.
is a Friday, so I will start. Not probably. I will start working again on the 4th. So
Nice. Very
so,
nice.
Joseph, I've been looking at pictures of your home country there. Damn, that's too bad. You got some beautiful scenery out there.
there is, and especially you know what? I'm not even a fan of the mountains, but I would definitely go to the mountains. But
Oh, I love
everything,
mountains.
but everything is closed, So,
Yeah, I
and
was looking
my
at
wife just came over with a
yeah,
cat.
I was looking, I was like, hey, pictures of Slovakia. Pictures of Slovakia, Slovakia.com. uh now I like this one. This one picture I was looking at here. Where was it? Oh yeah. And if I say the name wrong, forgive me here. Tatra National Park.
Tatra National Park, yeah, that's the largest national park, largest national park.
And well, let's see here. I'm doing well, Chris. How's everybody else on the panel? And yes, I figured you were at work, but as I said, I wanted to give you the opportunity if you had time. So whenever you do, feel free to come on. I will always provide you a link if you like. So
I'd do this cave thing you guys got going, Joseph.
Oh, the caves, they are beautiful. The caves, they are beautiful. The only
Yeah,
thing,
one here is called Cave Domani. Here,
uh,
I'll show it. Here, I'll share it with you guys because I think you'll
Demenovskaya
like the
Jaskinya.
picture.
Yeah,
I think
Demenovskaya
you'll like.
Jaskinya. I know exactly what you're talking about. I was there like multiple times. It's beautiful. You know what? The only thing that the Slovak people didn't learn to do properly is delivering good services. It's
really,
like
I
it's
would love
like
to see this live. This looks
it
gorgeous.
it is. The pictures don't tell. Can't even tell how beautiful it is. If you're not claustrophobic,
I'm not in that aspect, but yeah, if you look at
it's
just kind
beautiful.
of scrolling here, guys, you can see all these. He's got a beautiful country landscape going on here. Nice castles. Definitely a kind of place I'd like to visit.
Yeah, some ruins
Looks like you got a
of old castles. Yeah.
So what is there?
Beautiful lakes.
What is there near where you live? Something that is, let's say, touristy type.
I live in an area where literally 30 minutes drive you are how is it called, like thermal baths, like
Mhm.
literally we have here people coming from, you wouldn't believe how many people from Middle East are over here for some treatment for especially like when you have problems with your joints
Mm-hmm.
and like your, what is it called, when you have really problems to move and everything.
Right.
It's
Arthritis.
like uh, arthritis, but in general, even if you are something like after a surgery or whatever, you get very good treatment there with like thermal baths and mud baths that have healing properties. And this is some, and it's in a very beautiful city. It was built out as specifically for this reason, and it has a very old tradition. Yeah. And that's literally a few minutes away from me. And
Honestly, I would honestly suggest if you were able to, if they were open, that you go there. Pick a time and go there. Just yeah, get away, lock yourself up, or
yeah,
whatever.
we are doing that, like one day visits. We go over like in the morning and come back in the evening, and um, we could actually go and pay for a hotel, but it's literally 30-minute drive, so we can save the money, and rather invest it, let's say, put the money in some of those like treatment
Right.
procedures and
Oh,
everything,
exactly. Yeah.
like massages and this type of stuff. Yeah, we do it, but the problem is now it is really open only for people who are like after accidents, after surgeries, so really for patients.
Right.
All the let's say commercial part of those businesses is actually closed. So everything that is basically covered by your health insurance, you can go there. And let's how
If
to
it's
say it,
medically
okay,
necessary, yeah.
if it's medically necessary, you can go there. My father-in-law, he had 3 back surgeries: lower back, neck, and to one additional surgery. So he is actually and accepted and acknowledged as on full disability.
Mm-hmm.
He's working here, but he has at least a little money coming from it, and some additional perks that come with the disability. But he can go there like when the doctor says he can go there for 3 weeks, and he literally pays something like €1.50 a day, which is something like the local tax and nothing more. But if we wanted to go there, we would pay probably something like 25, 30 euro. It's cheap, even it's cheap. Okay, if you choose one of those fancier hotels, it will cost you definitely more. But if you go for, let's say, you rent something, it can be pretty cheap with all the procedures and everything. It's nice because even if you say that you are going to, if you pay it for yourself, you can still ask your health insurance to chip in a little bit. I'm not saying they're paying much, but they can chip in. Give me a
Right.
second. I might break up, but I need to let my dogs
Yes,
out.
I can hear.
So, Cap, I put the link to those pictures I was looking at in the private chat in case you want to
Yes.
throw it out there, see if anybody Well, say, look, they're beautiful pictures. I mean, I had no idea the stuff his country had until I took the time to look at the pictures of it. It's great scenery, absolutely gorgeous stuff.
Let's see here.
I could spend a couple of weeks in that. I could spend a couple of weeks exploring that area.
There we go. Go ahead
Oh yeah, they want to go outside.
They are already out, and I'm out with them. It's just I had to run down the stairs, and I have the wireless adapter in my notebook, and I lose the signal while I'm walking down the stairs. But since my room is directly entrance, my door is directly below the entrance. You can hear me now. Be close,
right.
but it's breaking up from time to time. But it's
Right.
okay. I'm just standing barefoot at on a stone.
Sorry.
You okay, Jeff?
And it's literally below 40. So
Ooh.
yeah,
Just trying to wake up.
it's cold. Okay.
So
Yeah, Josef, looking at these pictures of your country here, I could probably spend a couple of weeks exploring various different things and having just an absolute blast.
Yeah, I believe you. And especially if you really like, if you are really into hiking and this type of stuff, you will definitely enjoy it.
Well, you also know I'm a big fan of culture and history, so it would be like the coolest. It'd be like an awesome learning experience.
oh.
Cabin Trek, is that what I
Yes.
think it is?
Yes, it
Yeah,
is.
I heard it too.
It is. I'm gonna mute for a second. I'm going to move to a different location. So if you guys would please, because I'm gonna get some coffee and change locations for a little bit. If you guys will please continue talking so it's not dead air.
I think with NB and myself here on the stream and Professor waking up, it's not going. It shouldn't be a problem. It shouldn't be a problem. Keeping the stream alive.
Is it possible to kill air?
You know what? Just eat some beans and fart. Yeah, of course you can do it.
Wow.
You were asking for a solution. I gave you a simple one, but I gave you one.
Yeah, you did. Although I don't know if that would actually kill the air.
And good afternoon, Mountains of Elysium. I'm going to mute again because still moving.
Yeah. Mountains of Elysium. Welcome to the stream.
Greetings.
Oh, got more coffee.
I
Hey,
think I need a whole pot.
And LD, good morning. I need to make myself as well another cup, but because I had only two, and it's almost 2 p.m. here, so.
Oh God, I've been wanting to get a jacuzzi in my backyard. That is like my most favorite want to have. Is have a little freaking jacuzzi.
This is a discussion that we are having all the time. I want a jacuzzi. My wife wants a swimming pool. The jacuzzi is way cheaper, but yeah, she wants a pool. So right now we are in a limbo where nobody is getting what he wants. But you know, I told you how it works. We never argue. We have opinion exchanges. I come with my opinion and leave with her opinion. So yeah.
That's generally how it works.
Well, here's your solution. You get a pool and put a jacuzzi on the side.
That's
if you have a big enough yard, sure.
I have a yard where you could fit literally an Olympic swimming pool, full-size Olympic swimming pool, and 2 tennis courts.
Yeah, you got the room for the pool and the jacuzzi then.
Yeah, I do. You know what I don't have?
The money.
Exactly.
Yeah, that tends to be the barrier.
That is the breaking point here. And you can buy
my wife and I
simple jacuzzis for, I don't know, it would be probably under $1,000, but it's not the solution I want.
I
Yes,
want one for my back.
Mountains of Elysium has your answer.
Uh,
Beans and bathtub, and
It's
it
not
gives you a
same.
jacuzzi. You know what? And this is the fun part. The fun part is that we were when we were building the house, we were literally thinking about getting one of those tubs where you have all those how do you call it? You know, those
Yeah.
jets. Yeah, exactly. All those jets and all that funky stuff. The problem here is that the water is so hard that it would clog the jets probably right after the warranty runs out. Like, and the warranty in Europe is like 2 years. So after 2 years, it would probably clog the jets, and we would just have a very expensive not working bathtub in the bathroom. So we were thinking about it. I wanted
Yeah.
one of those steam boxes instead of a shower as well. But the same problem, and you can put you can literally put there how many of those water softening systems with all the magnets and all those filters and everything. You can put there, everything doesn't work at all. Those filters get damaged even earlier and faster. So that's the only thing, that the water is pretty hard here. It's like very tasty, but it has too many minerals.
I have a soft water filtration system that we bought some years ago.
Yeah.
I just throw a couple of 40 pounds of salt in there every couple of months.
Mm-hmm.
The water is awesome.
Yeah. You have in terms of water. I'm not saying water quality. I'm saying like parameters. What you have, like the uh, what everything you have in your waters is something completely different from,
Right.
like completely different from what we have here. Fun part is I'm watching on TikTok. I'm literally subscribed to a few guys who are like pool cleaners, for example. And when they are cleaning the pools, they even like show how many chemicals they and what type of chemicals they put into it. And they are always increasing the pH values of the water, like pH plus all the time. I can tell you that that if I want to keep the water in my pool clean, those small pools that under the small pool that I'm using, I always have to put pH minus into it,
Yeah.
like because it has high pH values. So I can't. I have a well here in the garden, and the whole sprinkler system is basically coming from the well, because otherwise I would probably be bankrupt just by watering all the whole lawn and everything. Um the water is you can drink it. It's perfectly fine, but it has a high amount of iron, for
Right.
example. I cannot put it in. I cannot put the water from the well into the pool, because it looks perfect until I put there the first chemical. Like, I put some chlorine into the water, and it turns brown. Literally poop brown water. Like and you see how it's turning brown. Like, you are pouring the chlorine, and as it mixes with the water turns brown. It's like a chemical, literally like a chemical reaction. And I did it once, the first year, when we wanted to have the pool, and I was like, I'm the cheap guy. I'm not putting the water from the system, like from the city there, because for that I have to pay more than the electricity for the pump that pumps the water from the well. And yeah, no, I only made like double work for me because water turned brown, and I didn't want to have brown water in my swimming pool.
I
Chemically balanced, but brown.
imagine that, Joseph, not wanting brown water in your pool. Yeah.
That-
Can't imagine why.
That's understandable, right?
Yes.
So
Yeah, I suppose it is.
Yeah, unless it were like a mud bath, then of course that would be.
but that's a different story. But and the thing is, generally with the swimming pools and the jacuzzi and all that jazz, it's literally nice to have in the yard. It would be like extremely convenient. But if the situation was normal, if like everything was open, I have like I told you, the city with all the wellness stuff is literally 30-minute drive. It's like we have um, swimming pool, like how is it called, like not communal swimming pool, but how is it called, like we have it here, like directly in the village, not an
Public
yeah,
aqua
pool
park, but
community
like,
swimming pool, yeah,
is it community swimming pool? Yeah, so we
or
have
public
this here,
pool.
or public, yeah.
public
Either
pool.
way.
Yeah, 20 minutes away I'm surrounded by lakes, because I'm surrounded here by lakes.
Mhm.
I have 15 minutes drive away from me. There's an aqua park, small one, but the cities are small as well. So you have slides there, you have all that fun stuff there. uh it's definitely not those in those sizes like you have, let's say, in the cities, or around the cities in the United States, but you have as well, um, like probably in one house building, one block building, one, two, three, four, uh, like in one block of houses in a city, there is probably more people living there than in whole villages here, or whole cities here. So those are like small but very well equipped, and the question is, my wife always gets angry with me when I use this comparison, but the swimming pool is more expensive. uh, how do I say it? With swimming pool, a swimming pool is more expensive than a wife, because you spend way more money on it, for how
Maintenance.
much, how often you enter it, so, or something like this.
Yes.
Uh, but
Oh my
Oh,
God. Joseph.
so
hey Joseph, I got a joke for you.
yeah.
You want to know you want to know who loves you more, your dog or your wife? Throw them both in the back of the trunk of the car. Come back in 30 minutes. Open it up and see which one's happy to see you.
Yeah.
See which one of them's still happy to see you in 30 minutes. Hey, Joseph, I got a question for you. I'm reading up a little. I'm still on
Wow.
that same website. I do have a question I was curious about.
Opinions
So,
expressed in this
Trap,
program are not necessarily those of the host of this program
I do
Or
not
any of
recommend
the other
doing that.
guests.
or any or any of the other guests. Yes.
Oh
I
man.
think I heard my wife getting a chair. So, Joseph, I question for you here. I was looking at your transportation by train, and I saw it says direct connections to places like Prague, Vienna, Budapest, Warsaw, Moscow. My question is, uh, how does that work going from one traveling by train or something like that from one country, from your country to one of the other countries? How does that work?
If it's within the EU, you just go on the train and you just go. You buy a ticket and you go. That's
Okay.
basically it. If you go, let's say, if you want to go to Russia, it's interesting because the tracks are wider in Russia than in the rest of Europe. They are using a different system of tracks. So literally every train, every how do you call it? Like from every wagon, is it wagon? Yeah.
Every
Needs to be lifted, and basically the wheels are literally they take off the wheels and put wheels with wider that are wider so that it fits on the Russian tracks. And
Wow.
basically you have like passport control on the train. So you can go. But if I wanted to go, let's say to, I don't know, to Paris, and I did it once, actually going to Paris by train. You literally jump on a train here in the city, and the train basically kicks you out in Paris. That's basically it.
Oh, well, thank you for that education.
And it's actually nice. It's actually nice. I like traveling by train. It's nice, and especially when you have something like not necessarily the railways that belong to the state, but we have as well like commercial providers as well, and they have really beautiful trains. And basically, the service you are getting on the train is even better than in a plane.
Wow.
Well, considering plane travel sucks nowadays, I could believe it.
Yeah. And for those who want to check out Bird's review of Discovery, Terra Firma Part 2, Season 3, Episode 10, please check that out later. You'd be more than welcome. You can open up another tab, listen to that. I'm sure he would appreciate input. But yes.
Yeah.
Like I said, my channel is about supporting the community, not just myself. Go ahead, Yosef. I'm sorry.
Yeah, and this is very much appreciated. Yeah. Traveling by trains is actually nice, and I can tell you so much. For example, it is something like 250 miles between where I live and Prague.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I would when we go to Prague, we always take the train. I never go there by car. Hey, you have very limited options where to park in Prague, and you pay like crazy for just parking. And the highway that is between that goes to Prague is just horrible. It's just horrible. It's basically a construction zone for like 20 years now, and it's like not a smooth ride. It's not a smooth ride.
So do you just like get off the train and you guys just go walk around?
Yeah,
That pretty much-
literally. I just you can basically go Airbnb, book some accommodation there in Prague. You come to the train station, main train station in Prague. You take an Uber or a taxi. You go to the address where you put your luggage in, and you just go and walk around Prague, and you can literally find. I'm not saying it's the cheapest accommodation, like, but you know, when you are paying something like 50-60 euro per night for for one room for two people, it's nothing, and you can just go and explore Prague. We actually the last time we did it was 2 years ago in summer. We booked a vacation in Turkey. We went to Turkey by we went by train to Prague. to the airport. We flew to Turkey. We came back from Turkey after like 2 weeks, and we stayed like 3 another days in Prague, and then came back with the train home by the train home. And it's great because literally you don't have to, the only time you have to worry about your suitcases and all that stuff is literally only when you are moving between the main transportation. And anyway, you step out of the airport and you take the first Uber and you just go.
See, I'm not gonna lie. If I could get the option, which is a little difficult here in America, if I had the option of being able to take the train from where I live, like say I drive to Columbia, if I had to take the train, if I could take the train from there and it take me to St. Louis, and then I could just rent a vehicle there, I'd do that versus driving the 12 freaking hours.
Yeah.
Because at least
I-
then I'd have room to stretch, move around, relax.
And you know what? Sorry.
Good morning, Dee Myers. Go ahead, Joseph. I'm sorry. I wanted to make
Hi,
sure
Dee
Dee
Myers. Hi,
welcome.
Didi.
Good morning, Dee.
And once again, the distances in Europe are like minuscule compared to what you have to cross in the United States. If you want to go from one state to another, I would basically cross like maybe 2 countries in that time. And literally, if I took the car, I would be within under 3 hours. I would be in Prague from where I live. And if it takes me 4.5 hours by train, and I can stretch my legs, I can watch movies, I have internet access, in the trains they have like a movie database, like on a plane they give you the same service. Okay, you don't have like screen in front of you, but you can take your phone, you can plug into the train Wi-Fi, and they give you like a library of movies by genres and everything, and you can watch movies or listen to radio, to music, whatever. They have attendants there, train attendants that come with a cart. They offer you warm meals, cold meals, whatever, sandwiches, sweets, drinks, and the prices are not even like extreme as you have it on planes.
Yitzham's like, you have movies and internet on your trains. I forgot what country is Yitzham in? Yitzi in?
Pizza is in. It starts with an N, I think.
Mhm.
I can't.
Go north,
Yeah,
go north.
What?
Netherlands?
No.
No.
Oh, no, not Netherlands. They don't like the people from Netherlands. It starts with B.
B. That's right.
B.
Belgium. Belgium. That's it.
Belgium. Yeah,
Oh, he's
exactly.
in Belgium.
It's from Belgium. Yeah.
Okay.
And
Yeah, for me, if I want to get out of my
chance to thank Fandom Collective, who always tweets out when different streams are on. I do appreciate that because it does get people to come in. So thank you. Go ahead, Indy, please.
Yeah, so where I live in my state, I live kind of in the middle. So if I want to go up to North Carolina, it'll take me about 2 hours. If I want to go to Georgia, it'll take me about another two. It'll take me 2 to 4 hours, depending on which area of Georgia I'm trying to go to and how I drive. So, like for me, I have to, if I want to go see my mom in Florida, it's a 4 hour drive to go through. 2.5 of it's going through South Carolina, an hour and a half of it's going through Georgia, and then 30 minutes into Florida. But thankfully, it's pretty much just a straight shot on I-95. Once I get on I-95, it's a straight shot.
Yeah.
I drive down to Florida, and I just get off at the exit. My mom's house is like 2 minutes from where the exit is, 5 minutes maybe. But yeah, still the problem is if you go through. The problem is in South Carolina, is I-95 is a 2-lane road, 2-lane interstate, and it sucks. It sucks. Somehow between mile marker 30 at the South Carolina border to Georgia, traffic always gets backed up somehow, some way. Even though when I get into Georgia, within 2 miles of me being in Georgia, it's going to go to a 3-lane highway and then a 4-lane interstate, or sorry, 3-lane interstate and a 4-lane. So I'm like, how the hell is it the closer we get to Georgia, the more screwed up traffic gets?
So
There's always
Yitza,
some,
Go ahead.
Sorry.
Uh,
I have a question for
Professor, go
Yitza.
ahead.
I have a question for Yitza. So Yitza, what did you think of the Children in Need Doctor Who special Time Crash? There's an interesting line in that little mini episode. If you know what I'm referring to.
was that the special?
This was way back in 2007.
Oh God, dang! I'd have to go all the way back to remember which special that was.
Oh, you haven't seen it? Okay. Well, this was right before the Voyage of the Damned Christmas special, and the 5th Doctor's TARDIS crashes into the 10th Doctor's TARDIS.
Oh, I do remember that. Now I know what you're talking about, Professor.
No idea.
I know
No
exactly
idea,
what he's
but
talking about.
I have
Okay, so in between the episode, they did this little children's special where basically Tennant, the 10th Doctor and the 5th Doctor do like a 6-minute thing. And, he says, it's going to blow a hole in the size of Belgium. That's a little anticlimactic. Uh-oh,
Exactly.
Belgium.
Blow
I
a hole
remember
in the
what you're talking
space-time
about now.
continuum the exact size of Belgium. A somewhat anticlimactic
Belgium.
apocalypse. Sorry. Belgium came up. It just
I need to
got in
say,
my
be
head.
right back, gotta watch it.
It's on YouTube. It's easy to find.
It's a
Remember what he
cute
says
little
to it? Then he's like,
short.
remember to turn the shield back on. And then the Titanic crash. What?
Yep.
What?
Titanic, that was the episode with Kylie Minogue. Yeah.
What? Sorry, Yosef.
That was
I
the
didn't catch
episode with
that.
Kylie Minogue, right? The Titanic one.
Yes.
Now that was
Voyage
the
of
one
Damned.
where David Tennant did his best line as the Doctor. Who do you think you are? I'm the Doctor. I'm a Time Lord from the planet Gallifrey in the Castellio system. I'm 904 years old, and I'm the man who's going to save you and all 7 billion people on the planet below. Do you have a problem with that? No. All right, LZ.
I thought you were going to say his best line was in that episode. Alonso.
I don't want to go.
Oh God,
No,
that was
that-
heartbreaking.
That was
That was another story.
Yeah, but I think
don't wanna
in the
go.
Voyage of the in the Voyage of the Damned, he already was he already like feeling that he's going to.
No, not yet.
Not yet. It was a year later. Yeah, it was.
Well, I think I figured out something that I didn't make a lot of sense of until I started really thinking about it. I was kind of like, why is it all of a sudden when he's regenerating, it's destroying the TARDIS? And then I did make a connection that it took me a minute. It took me a while to think about. Both Tennant and Capaldi's Doctor held their regenerations in.
Yep.
So that's probably why the explosion of energy was so much more and why it was damaging the TARDIS. Because those are the only 2 times that we've ever seen that in the sense of it destroying the TARDIS. Because when, what was his name? The first, the one right before Tenet. Christopher.
Eccleston.
Yeah. And he regenerated and it didn't do anything to the TARDIS. But
he regenerated outside of the TARDIS. That's the thing.
No,
he was
it
inside the
was
TARDIS.
inside. It was inside.
It was inside. Wasn't he outside with Rose?
No, he was inside the TARDIS.
He was inside.
Was it inside the TARDIS? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because he goes, remember, he's like, you were fantastic, Rose. Absolutely fantastic. And you know what? So was I.
So was I.
And then he ends it and it's like, new teeth. Where was it? Oh yeah, Barcelona.
Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, I thought about that. It's like now that actually does make sense when I started really thinking. I was like, okay, both of them held in their regeneration way longer than they were supposed to. So that's probably why it was so strong and damaging.
That's the explanation we've received. Yes.
By the way, question here, Eccleston. People say that we don't know how long he was the Doctor, for how
Right.
long. But I think in the first episode, Rose, he didn't know how he looked like. So I think it must have been like he must have been like freshly regenerated.
Well, you would think so.
I don't know because he did kind of point out they did show he had been in several places. So and I will say this:
Well,
if I
wibbly
take
wobbly, timey wimey, those could have been taken,
Yeah.
later in his incarnation.
True, they could have been. Just that's how the timey wimey crap works. I don't know. I always thought it was interesting. It's just we just got to accept the fact that the Doctor doesn't even know how freaking old he is. I honestly thought that I thought about this when he switched from the War Doctor. No, wait, when he went from Paul McGann to the War Doctor, and we know he was about 500 years older or something like that as a War Doctor. He was there for a long time as the War Doctor. I wonder if that was when he decided. I wonder if maybe he decided to reset his age at that point because this was a different type of Doctor. It's just a theory. It's just one of those timey wimey theories. I thought maybe he just said, start it over. Because Now go ahead, Professor.
Seventh Doctor claimed he was 953 in his first story, yet the Ninth Doctor said he was 900.
True.
The Doctor is lying about his age.
Oh, I don't even think the Doctor knows his age.
He probably doesn't.
I don't even think he knows his age anymore. Her age anymore.
Except for the line by the Third Doctor claiming he was thousands of years old. The classic series did a pretty good progression of his age.
Well, let's not forget also when we had the 10th, 11th, and War Doctor, he says, he asked him how much, what's the age difference between them? And he's like, what was it, 500 years if I'm lying, and I'm most likely lying? That's kind of like,
But
maybe
you know
he is
what? This
lying.
is one of those things that I really don't mind because he can regenerate out of order.
I've never cared about the Doctor's age that much. I just find it more of a fun little hobby to kind of play around with. But it's also like the Doctor's name. I'll be the first one to say, I don't care. I don't know why anybody would care about that. Trust me, it's never going to be anything that's going to be as cool.
Yeah.
Oh, I agree.
As the suspension, yeah, definitely. The only one who knew his name on the show, I think, was River Song, right?
River, yep.
River knew his name. River was one of the only ones, and even River said it took her a long time for him to even tell her that. I would think Romana might have known his name.
Fellow Time Lord, probably.
Probably the Master knows it too.
Probably.
Oh no, actually, I think the Master does. Because then the Master said, "Of course, I know his name. He was my best friend." Or was it Missy who said it? It was one of the versions the Master did was Missy.
They were friends at the Academy, so
yeah.
Starfleet Academy.
Yeah, Starfleet
Academy.
Starfleet Academy.
I thought so.
Don't cross the streams, Joseph.
It would be bad.
It would be bad.
What's there to be worried about? Each one of us is wearing an unlicensed nuclear power plant on our back. Here, let's turn on. And then it's like scoots 3 inches over. Yeah, that's going to make a difference. I love
Bless
that movie.
you. Let's see here now. Where'd it go?
So, sorry, Professor, you've been watching the new Doctor, the latest incarnation of Doctor Who. Have you overall enjoyed the 2 seasons of her?
It's complicated.
Okay.
Like Star Trek, I'm going to watch it whether it's good or bad. Series 11, I didn't much care for, except for maybe a couple of stories.
Hmm.
There's only a couple that I'd probably go back and rewatch. Series 12, I thought was much, much better. Not perfect by any stretch of the imagination, but it was a lot less woke than Series 11. The stories were more interesting. They were better written. The characters were more developed, if you will. The companions, especially, were more developed. It felt more like the Russell T Davies era of Doctor
Really?
Who when the show came back. I thought, I mean, not exactly, but it just had more of that feel to it, more of the fun. Adventure, the adversaries were better developed in series 12 than 11. It was just all around better. And I think people are when they are talking about those 2 seasons with Jodie Whittaker, they're thinking, oh, it's the female Doctor, it's not good. And I know they rag on the Timeless Child storyline, and I can understand where they're coming from.
Mhm.
However, if you're really looking at it, there are elements there that are coming right from the classic series, right from Tom Baker era, that they've interwoven into the storyline to try to explain it, because there were questions. How does that fit into the overall arc of the character in the series? Because we had I'm trying to think of the story from Tom Baker's era. I can't think of the title. But essentially, you had hints there that there were prior doctors before the first Doctor, William Hartnell, and that is expanded upon in Series 12. So I think they're trying to go back and explain things that were left hanging from way back in the 70s and
Mhm.
integrate it with the overall storyline. So I see what they're trying to do. And you know what? It could all be a lie too, because who's telling us? The Master is. So,
I was wondering about that. Couldn't the Master just be lying?
yeah. And he, you know what? My popular theory, and I could be way off on this, the Master is really the Timeless Child, not the Doctor. But we'll see. The story is not over. That storyline is not over. They still have room to, change where they're going with it if they want to. Maybe they're not going to. I read something recently where Chris Chibnall had this all planned out, that this was all going to be, done in Series 12 before they even cast Jodie Whittaker as the Doctor. So we'll see where it goes. But we've got the holiday special coming up I think it's coming out on New Year's Day. And Series 13, they've cut back to, I think it's 8 episodes. That's going to air in the fall next year.
Has it been confirmed that Jodie is going to do the traditional 3 seasons as the Doctor?
I have not seen anything official on that, but that is the prevailing theory, and it might be that Chris Chibnall goes at the same time. I don't know.
Well, what has it been? It's been okay. William Hartnell did 3 seasons. Peter,
Actually, he did four, and just a sliver of the next season.
Mhm.
oh, that's right. He regenerated during the 4th season.
Yeah,
I gotcha. And then Peter Thornhill, he did 3 seasons.
Patrick Troughton.
Yeah, Patrick Troughton. Yeah, I always screw up his name. I'm sorry.
What series?
I love
was
Patrick
he
Troughton
on?
as the Doctor.
Yeah, actually, he was
Um,
quite entertaining. He was the first one to use a musical instrument, wasn't he?
Yes.
I'm not into Doctor Who, but I know the seasons are called series.
Well,
series were
they
you
are
on?
they are in the new the continuation from 2005 on. They're called
Mhm.
series. They're called seasons in the classic era.
Oh, see, I didn't know that.
I know it's confusing.
Yeah, I had to figure that out too because I
That's
had to
kinda
do some relabeling of
strange.
some things.
Why the change? Or did they give a reason?
It's probably just the way they change. It's probably just how BBC, after 20 some odd years or something, maybe they changed their term from season to series. Because we look at series, when we think series, we think the whole entire gambit of the show.
Right.
Their
Mhm.
series, it's
What do you think, Jeff?
I don't think it's Doctor Who specific. I think it's something that BBC just did for all their shows at some point. I don't know when that transition took place, but I know that Sherlock, and I'm a fan of that show, their seasons are called series.
same with Luther.
But yeah, Luther's very good too.
Luther is fantastic.
But you look back at like Blake Seven, another
Mhm.
sci-fi show from the BBC. Those were seasons back when that was being created,
Mm-hmm.
produced, and that was 70s and 80s, I think.
It's funny because there was a time when it was on YouTube, and the BBC has gone and blocked that. I was going to watch it. I watched part of one episode, and I thought, oh, okay, I'll watch more. No big deal. And of course, I went back, and it's like gone. It's like, oh, thank you so much, BBC. I know it's gone to, what is it called, BritBox.
The classic series is on BritBox. The new series is on HBO Max. And where the TV movie can be seen, I'm not sure.
Well,
I have that one on
know how I
DVD.
can see it. But I've also one of the things too. If you guys ever get a chance, if you like, and I don't know, Professor, have you ever gone to listen to some of the Doctor Who's on Big Finish?
I haven't.
Man, I did it specifically for Paul McGann. So I just listened to man, great, great recordings. I mean, it was really good quality. It's not no cheap
And,
ass shit. The
and they've
sound
done.
effects.
Mm-hmm.
You get to really explore Paul McGann as the Doctor, which I thought was kind of a nice thing. So for about a year, I was listening to them. I would just go to the gym, work out, and I'd be listening to audio drama while I'm working out.
Well, the problem is they're very expensive.
Yes,
I
they
know
are.
that you can get. I know you can get some for free.
Well, that is true. They are expensive. That's why it took me a while.
Yeah, and that's the problem. I don't have a lot of expendable money, but I'd love to listen to those. And they're also very good for the Sixth Doctor because, let's face it, his era on TV was not good at all. But
I think he
in the
kind of got
Big Finish,
screwed.
yeah, he did. But the Big Finish,
Mhm.
Sixth Doctor stories, a lot of them are excellent from what I've been told.
There was actually an interesting episode in Big Finish production where one of Paul McGann's companions, him and her, of course, separate. There was a miscommunication, and she starts hearing the TARDIS show back up, but it's not the TARDIS she's used to hearing. It has the sound, and it turns out to be it's the Sixth Doctor. She's now meeting a past version of himself,
Mm-hmm.
and she's like, "Oh, I was expecting somebody else." And then they play the Sixth Doctor's theme to kind of give you an idea of where that storyline was going. And she tries to tell him she's from one of his future incarnations. He's like, "I don't want to hear about it." Like, don't tell me about it because obviously I don't remember you, so something must have happened.
Right.
But always they like that. It was always so funny watching the doctors interact. They just never get along with each other. They're always arguing with themselves.
Yeah.
I
Well,
mean,
each doctor has, specific traits that are being pulled out for that incarnation that may be lesser in the other incarnations. So you have conflicting traits being, being
What was
shown
it?
from each of them, and they're having conflict over that.
When you have the second doctor and the third doctor in the TARDIS, and it's like,
yeah, those two are great
yeah, he's like,
together.
yeah, he was like, "Oh, you changed the Matrix there. I don't like it."
Oh, I see
Like,
you've been doing the TARDIS up a bit. I don't like it.
That really
Oh
was
my word.
But and for anyone who is interested in knowing about BritBox, I did go ahead and post a link in the chat for those who want to try it out. It is has a 7-day free trial, and then it's either $6.99 a month or $69.99 a year.
Okay,
I do not have it, but
I ain't paying that.
For those who are interested, well, you see, here's the thing: there are people who like to share different apps. Somebody in the family could pay for Disney Plus or whatever, and then share with their family, another service like BritBox or whatever. That way,
This was interesting, Cap. I haven't tried it out yet, but Disney Plus actually has an option for Watch Party. Some kind of option for that. I'm gonna have to look at what that's all about.
right? Unfortunately, it does need to be, you do need to have Disney Plus in order to participate in the watch party.
True.
That's the thing that I like about Amazon. You don't necessarily have to have it to participate.
I need to take off for work, so
okay, bud.
I thank you, Cap, for having me up on the panel.
Take care, Jeff.
Yeah, and
take care, Yosef, future guy.
Yes, take care, Jeff. I hope you have a good day at work.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining us today.
Not a problem, Geek. It's always a pleasure.
Have a good one, man. Enjoyed the Doctor Who talk.
Yeah, I did as well. And Yitza, did you watch Time Crash?
If not, it's easy to find. You can find it on YouTube. It's just it's a nice little 5-minute. I do love the part where he's like, I've never seen the back of my head before. I was like, oh my lord.
Besides never failing to have my hairs raised when hearing the time, it made me chuckle then a bit. Oh, no, they didn't. When they say it's underwhelming, though, it's correct. Okay. Well, I hope you enjoyed it.
Dave G Sound says if it's got old Who and Blake 7, he'd go. I know Dave likes his Blake 7.
Now I don't see it on Blake. I don't see it on there, but that doesn't mean anything because I'm not a member. So it would be worth investigating, and at least with a 7-day free trial, you would be able to check if it's on or not. But yes, definitely classic Doctor Who is on there. I know that for certain.
Yeah, I don't see Blake 7. I never got into Blake 7. I think I saw an episode and was just lost.
I watched the first episode and I knew, I said, this is obviously not for me.
Right.
And I'm all for anybody who loves it. I've heard a lot of people tell me they absolutely love it. That's great. It is just not a show for me.
Right. And, I'm looking at from A to Z, and on their page. And obviously, if it's something you like, it would be well worth the money. You know, but if it's not, if it's not your cup of tea per se, then yeah, it wouldn't be.
Oh, they have Mr. Bean. I love Mr. Bean. Okay, with that, I gotta go.
Yeah, thank you
Bye-bye.
again, and have a good day, Jeff.
Okay, you all have a great day too. Talk to you later.
No problem. All right, now let's see here. Again, Dave, you are more than welcome to join if you're able to. I don't know if you are or not. Same goes for you, Gitza. Yes, I said BBC cup of tea. Yes, I'm aware I said that. That was probably a poor choice of words, but yeah.
Yeah, that actually might help.
But so what's going on there, Joseph?
Sorry, I'm so quiet, but I'm working here and trying to fight some emails.
Of course, that's
People are bombarding me here with work, and I don't want to work.
Well, work does have to come first, of course.
You know what? Few more days. Literally, how many? If I don't count, what's the day? Today is
17th.
Thursday, right?
Yep.
Thursday the 17th.
Thursday, yay! So Friday, Monday,
All right, we got
Tuesday.
Dave
So 3 more
down.
days, and then Dobie is free. Good morning.
to you, Dave. What's going on?
Nada. Roads were icy, so the wife didn't leave when she normally does. So I've been listening with one earbud in.
Does she hate it as well?
Well, when she's here, I tend to give her the attention, even if I have one earbud in. It's not like it's hidden or anything. She knows what I'm doing, but instead of like chatting with you guys, she kind of expects me to interact. Damn it.
Been there, done that.
Yeah.
Basically, I am there every single day. And it's exactly like one earbud. And the fun part is I had very high quality earbuds, but for some reason they stopped working. One day they just stopped working, and I needed a replacement. And I was not like, I'm not going to wait. And I bought a pair of Sony earbuds.
Mm-hmm.
And they are extremely crappy, but the good thing is, if I'm using only one at a time, it's like when the battery goes low, I can just switch and use the another one while the other one charges. And yeah, and so I can listen to streams, but it definitely is driving my wife crazy when she wants to talk to me. And you know what? I'm talking about my wife, and guess who appeared in the door here, my home office.
Cool.
So I'm muting myself because I don't want you to hear my crying and her slapping. So
I want to hear her voice for once. I would like to hear her say hello.
The guys want to hear you say hello.
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 Thank you. Now you can go ahead.
Thank you. I have headphones, so she cannot hear you. But yeah, she has an angelic voice. You know, she can send you to heaven and hell
at the same time.
At the same time, yeah, pretty much.
Oh, I got my December 2020 retiree newsletter from. Now, why would you start a message out like this? Greetings from Cleveland.
I always say greetings from the future.
No, I just thought that was funny. It says that.
Yeah.
I always greet people that way.
Joseph.
Well, this will be an interesting year because this is going to be my first tax year where it's going to be just a straight retirement letter. 2019 will be for me a straight retirement. Madam Geek, she will, I believe, get a statement from active duty and then her retiree statement. I think I'm pretty sure that's the case. So, plus we're getting a tax credit this year for something that I still think wasn't worth the fucking money.
Right.
Yeah, it's called solar panels. I'm gonna be flat out honest with you. They ain't been worth the money for shit. They have not. They were not worth it. At least not in the summertime. Wintertime, it's better. Summertime, nope. So next year, I'm gonna try and talk with my bank. I want to see if I can't refinance my house and roll in what I owe left on the solar panels into that, which is what we tried to do with the last company, but they were cocksuckers about it. So I figured, fine, screw it. We're done. We're over. We'll see if we can't roll it in with my USA. I figure might make my monthly payment go up like 10, $20, but it's still cheaper than me having to pay the monthly thing. And then it's just rolled into the house and I don't have to worry about it. But I still haven't got the wife on board on that one yet. So got that one little tiny obstacle that just happens to be the size of the mountain.
So, did your wife go in today or not, Dave?
What's that?
Dave, are you?
Yeah.
Did your wife go in today, or did she?
She did.
Okay.
She did. I stayed on the phone with her until she got there because her commute's short. It's normally it's about 20 minutes tops from here to DC, but she has to go over Chain Bridge, which has this 2-lane chicane down a hill that I was worried about, and then the bridge itself. But it was clear. I heard the trucks this morning, and they put down de-icer and salt and all that.
How much snow did you guys get?
Not much. It was really pretty nice snow, probably maybe an inch, and then it became sleet, and then that all froze.
Oh yeah,
So
definitely
it's
want
just
the
a
truck
big.
out there salting and plowing that.
Yeah, there's a nice sheet of ice on the porch and like on the lawn, and the front mat solid as a rock. But she said the roads were fine. She went out there and like stepped on the street before she even pulled out of the driveway. She's like, "Oh no, it's melted." And the only ice she found was when she parked. She had to get out of her car on the passenger side. She's parked on the street, and the street was icy, like solid ice. But she made it into our office. She's all good.
You got some salt to put down on your
I
steps and
don't.
everything?
I don't. I used to have that all the time. I used to get when I worked at the hardware store, it was no problem because there it was and discount and broken bag, take it home and don't worry about it. But yeah, I didn't really anticipate the storm to be much because over the last couple of years we've had nothing. But I think I have one of those shaker jugs that's from a couple of years ago, and I picked it up, and because of the reaction, I think it's endothermic that it uses that stuff. The endothermic reaction, it's full of water.
Yeah.
So I wasn't gonna, even if it was salt water, I wasn't gonna dump it on the porch.
Yeah, probably a good idea.
Yeah. So no, I don't have sand or anything. Actually, I only have a couple of steps on my porch, but it's that plastic kind of stuff. It's not really slippery, but if it's covered with ice, it is. So I put a box out and said USPS here at the bottom step, so they didn't have to climb up it.
Yeah.
Well, that was nice of you.
I kind of did it for me. I don't want them falling on my property. But yeah, I know. I also don't want them injured, and I thought about that. Everybody with a porch with a mailbox next to the front door, and they have to walk up every single step, and they're all covered in ice. I know they come ready for that, but man, that's messed up.
Yeah.
Yeah, my wife was actually, I was just in there talking with her and my son, and they're finding this, they're trying to find some blackout um, stuff to put up in my son's room because unfortunately, my son's room during the summertime is the hottest room in the entire freaking house. It's got
Mm.
just a big ass window up there, and it's like we've got, and yeah, this is going to look trashy as hell, but I don't really care. We've got aluminum foil covering it up right now.
Mm-hmm.
So because
Blackout would
that was the
not
best
be the
thing we
best
could find.
option. Blackout
No, not
would
blackout
not be the
curtains.
best
It's
option.
more
The
like
next
some kind of adhesive.
reflective.
Captain Trek, I'm not sure how far you are from the Wi-Fi router, but you are breaking up a little bit.
All right. Let's see here. Let me go ahead. Something in private chat. Can you hear me at least?
Yes.
Okay.
That's better.
Yeah, you were just breaking up. It's not like we would lose all sentences, but sometimes like half the word got lost. But let's see.
That's one thing I don't like about Wi-Fi. It can be spotty at times, but oh. So, what are your plans for the day, Dave?
Well, I'm gonna hang with you guys for a bit and listen to what's going on. And I have a little bit of cleaning to do in the basement. I figure I can get that done. I have to go to work tonight, so I usually take a nap, but that's later. Just generally hang out. I have the fire going, and the dog asleep next to it. It's a pretty relaxing day for me.
Yeah, my dogs are both sitting in the chairs in our recline chairs in our living room, right, and enjoying the nice warm fireplace going.
Yeah, you have a gas fireplace too, don't you?
Yes, I do, and
You just had some maintenance.
that's why I don't run the heater, and that's why we don't run the electric heat in the wintertime. We don't need it.
Ah,
We keep most of everybody likes their rooms a little cooler, but we turn the fireplace on, and the kitchen, the hallway, and the living room are all nice and warm, and that's it. We haven't really used the heater. I mean, we did to this month only because we had to get the fireplace fixed. There was a clog in the gas line. That's why the pilot light wouldn't stay on.
right. I remember you
And that was an
talking
easy
about that.
fix. Guy came in, $75, fixed, done.
We lucked out in the hugest way. My wife had mentioned to her boss, who's the architect, like about our fireplace and how it smells, and she was talking about how I would take those logs wrapped in paper,
Yeah.
and I'd poke them. I'd beat the crap out of them with the side of like an old one of those barbecue spatulas that has spikes on one side of it, like for meat tenderizing. And I'd poke them with that so they burn a little bit better, so you didn't have to stir them around or relight them over and over. And he said, "You don't have a gas fireplace? Put one on the company card. Merry Christmas."
Oh, nice.
Yeah, a couple of years ago, and since they all have the pro contractors and stuff to install it, so we had it was like I think it was probably going to be about $1,200 worth of work, and we already have the old fireplace has one of those ash dump uh, things in it, so it can go down to the basement, and then there's a little metal box in the basement where you could collect the ashes. So we could run the gas line right through that. So he didn't have to drill anything in the floor. And since he's certified to work on the gas pipe, so he put in a cutoff valve down there, and then there's the cutoff valve. But it's in the fireplace. You kind of have to reach into it. It's not the fancy one with the dial on the outside or anything, which is easy enough. It's fine. It doesn't get hot enough to like burn your arm hairs or anything when you reach for it if it's on. But yeah, I mean, yeah, he was just like, oh, come on, you don't have a gas fireplace. Merry Christmas. Take it off the company card. So that was because I was like, we're never gonna have one of those, so I don't like them. Oh, I don't like gas fireplace. Oh, they don't look natural. Man, it does. It does.
Oh, they feel great too.
Oh, they. I'm sitting in the on our little breakfast bar in the kitchen, looking at the fireplace in the living room. I can actually feel the warmth, and it's not like over hot when you're next to it, but it's like you said, it does a decent job. I can turn the HVAC down to like a lower level or close doors in the other parts of the house and just hang out in the kitchen, dining room, living room, and totally toasty.
And it's comfortable. It doesn't dry you out like an electric heater does in the throughout the house when you get that dry, you know what I'm
Yeah.
talking about.
Yes, I do. Yeah.
And that is the worst for me. That's one of the reasons I can't keep a heater on at night is because I'll have trouble breathing because my throat will be so damn dry, which is what happened to us the other day when we had to have the heater on. It was so funny because my son came out and of course, when you haven't turned it on in a while, you got to stir it. That smell comes
Yeah.
out.
Yeah.
And of course, my son was like, "What is going on? What's burning?" Like, we got the heater on. Well, why does it do that? I'm like, because we haven't turned it on in 2 years.
Yeah. Even the electric heaters, the little Pelonis heaters and stuff, that if you don't and they collect dust and you don't clean them, you get that burning dust smell. Yeah, I know that. Ugh.
Yeah. But yeah, it's comfortable in here. I don't even have it's so comfortable in this room right now. I don't even have the fan on. And that's interesting because normally I always have a fan on. But I'm like, it's just nice and comfortable. I go walk out there, I'm going to go out there and heat up my coffee. And I guarantee it's going to be nice and toasty. And the nice thing too, I love about it is once you shut it off, that that heat lingers for hours.
Yeah. Yeah. That's it reminds me. Remember, I was talking the other day about finding random stuff on YouTube and just finding it interesting. And one of the several is there's a couple of guys that go camping, and they do like hot tent camping, like solo trips, and they're actually quite entertaining to watch. They don't just sit there and set it up; they talk to you like you're there, and go through, show you what they're cooking and everything. And the hot tent camping looks like a blast because these guys up in Canada, it's like, well, it's a little balmy, it's -10, not a big deal, and just have this tent with this wood burning stove in it, and they're like, damn, it's 60 degrees Fahrenheit in here. Taking off like jackets. It's so cool, man. I love the idea of the and same with the house, like being able to trap the heat and not have it like smell.
Yep.
Like I mentioned about closing a couple of the doors leading into like the music studio and things like that, the bathroom doors, things that don't really need to be like, well, actually I leave the bathroom door open on the first floor. I was going to say they don't really need to be heated that much, but when you sit down on the Oval Office, it kind of helps.
I saw Joseph put on Twitter. He's like, overall good episode for Discovery.
I liked what Captain Trek said about it, even though I haven't seen it. I've been listening to you guys talk about it, and he said it was adequate. I guess it was as good as the last one, and I wanted to jump on there and go, wow, that sounds like high praise, actually.
You know what? It's like
I haven't seen it yet.
What I wanted to say that the last two episodes were actually good, and I like those. And there were literally the things that bothered me were more of a technical aspect. Definitely not from the
story.
From the story point. Thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah, from the story point, but there are other technical stuff. I literally felt like transitions between scenes were very crude, and a CGI scene was extremely badly done. And since people didn't watch it, I don't want to say which scene it was, but it is one of the fight scenes. And there was a certain scene that a fight scene that where the CGI was like literally. I think I could do something better on my computer in few hours than how it looked on screen. But yeah, that's it. Otherwise, the story was fine. Obviously, they couldn't leave out the mention how great Michael Burnham is, but that's somehow like the tradition of the series, and it's becoming like I'm not even sure if it's a trope or a running joke, but it's one of those things. But this time I even didn't mind it because it was in an emotional scene, so it was just fine. I would say even that didn't bother me this time. Definitely those who didn't watch it and want to watch it and are watching it regularly.
It's not that I won't. It's not that I won't watch it. I have no interest in watching it. From everything I've heard, it's just I've seen snippets here and there. Obviously, not getting the context of an entire episode, and just didn't like what I saw. And from what I've been hearing about the acting and the timelines, it's a little right now to me. It's just overwhelming for me to dive into that whole different universe.
Yeah.
And
I have no problem
you know what?
with the acting.
I can save it forever, and it will always be there.
Yeah.
If I ever want to.
I have no problem with the acting. The actors are good. I don't. I really the acting is not the issue. What is an issue sometimes is the dialogue. And the actors, it's a TV show, so there is no place for some improv or something. So they literally have to say what they get on paper, but sometimes the dialogue is wonky. But acting, acting is good. With that, I don't have problem. Problem is sometimes with how stupid the lines are that the writers put in the actors' mouths. That's the thing, because sometimes a dialogue can be pretty normal, and we have seen so many normal dialogues, but on Discovery it is literally like every dialogue. And I'm not saying every dialogue, but most of the dialogue is always like, it sounds like it's groundbreaking or so exceptional or so important to everything that you can't have something like a friendly discussion, like like the mundane discussions that Data and Geordi had about Spot training data.
Yeah.
And this kind of dialogue I'm missing, because everything has to be profound. That's
Day, one of the best episodes of TNG.
That's a funny episode, and it's a character building piece actually.
It is. It's a great episode.
Yeah.
It's just, Data going through a day. I mean, yeah, granted, Keiko and Miles are getting married, but still, it's a great. It was character building. You didn't just build Data; it built Miles and Keiko.
We are not saving the universe. We are following a couple where the wife is getting cold feet, and they are trying to rescue a wedding. This is literally what they are saving in this episode, is a marriage.
Mm-hmm. And like you said, it was not just character building for Data, though. O'Brien got some character development, and I think this was the first episode where we were introduced to Keiko. I'm pretty sure that was
it?
Episode.
Yeah, maybe I don't remember exactly, because obviously everything is blurred after so many years. But yeah, and I don't need. And this is actually that's why I think the last two episodes with the Mirror Universe are somewhat refreshing, because they are abandoning now the plot of once again saving the galaxy for the third time in the series. Yeah, because we had one saving in season 1, another saving of the galaxy in season 2, and now we are saving the galaxy again for some strange reasons. And we have a story where we are saving Georgiou, right? And it's something that is it's actually refreshing. It doesn't fit like those two episodes. They don't fit into the whole concept of a season long arc, and that we would move from somewhere, because the only thing that moved this episode into like the big epic finale that we are basically going towards was one scene in the whole episode. I think it was like one or two scenes, short scenes in the second half of the episode that gave us, and that was exactly the part of the episode where I said that the cut of the episode and the cutting between scenes was extremely wonky, because it didn't fit there at all, because it broke a little bit the flow of the Georgiou plot. Yeah, and but anyway, it's so refreshing to have something that has a smaller scale that you are taking care of in character. That's why, for example, I liked in season 2 the one episode where where they were saving Tilly from the Spore universe, because it was once again an episode about the characters, and it was okay. They were saving somebody, but it wasn't the universe. It was a crewman. It's pretty much copy paste scenario from what we saw in that episode we are seeing right now. In season 1 we had a similar episode that was once again probably one of the best, was the one with Harry Mudd, that doesn't that is about cause and effect scenario, and it was once again something better. This is what I hope the creators of Strange New Worlds will learn, that it doesn't matter that we can do season long arcs, because it's now a streaming show. That we can do it doesn't necessarily mean we should do it or they should do it. Yeah.
Take a note from
welcome,
what's his
media
name from
guy.
Jurassic Park. Just because you can do a thing doesn't mean you should do it.
Yeah, exactly. And give us episodic writing. You know what? Sitcoms do it all the time, and they are on streaming services, and you can binge watch them. But they have episodes, and they are successful. You have a Big Bang Theory that ran for, I don't know, 12 seasons, 11, 12 seasons. I know that the later seasons were not everybody's favorite, but they were extremely successful. Yeah, and you can binge watch it on streaming services right now. I'm not sure if you have it on Netflix, but I have it. I have Big Bang Theory right now on Netflix here in Europe. And the most things that you got was like two-parter, and you don't need to have season long development. Develop the characters like in a natural way, but stories, do an self-contained episode long stories. Develop the characters. Don't do the same crap as they did on Voyager, that they reset every character from one episode to another. Yeah. Develop the characters. That's fine, but give us as well compelling stories that you can tell the story within a 45-minute or 90-minute episode. So make it a single feature or a double feature episode. That's it.
Yeah.
And just go where no one has gone before. Yeah. Because recently I read a tweet. Somebody was like that they would like to welcome Kelvin Universe, Kelvin Universe, Kirk adventures, like a TV show. And I was like, no, I'm sick of prequels. I'm sick of prequels. Give me something in the time of Picard, and you know what? Even how they displayed now the 32nd century. Give me something right now, and you can do so much more because with the technology of the spore drive, you can jump to another galaxy, and you can create a whole new universe
I have a
within
question
Star
for
Trek.
you
You know,
on that. So they upgraded the Discovery with 900-year. They upgraded it to 900-year current technology. I don't get that, but okay, fine. Here's my question: if they could do that, why the hell haven't they? Why the hell hasn't the rest of the Federation that they've already been there reverse engineer the spore drive now?
right?
I mean, that should be something. It's like, wait a minute, you just upgraded this ship with 900-year technology, which I've always said shouldn't even be possible. But hey, okay. So what's stopping them from saying, oh, hey, oh yeah, we can tweak this a little bit. Yeah, now we have a spore drive. Now we don't have to worry about dilithium.
You know what? Exactly. This was my point. If I was Admiral Vance, the first thing that I would do, like, I have to have it. Let's immediately reverse engineer it and either upgrade our ships or build brand new ships with a spore drive. And if you remember, why do they have stamets for the jumps? Why did they use the tardigrade? Before that for jumping through through the mycelial network was because the computer was not powerful enough to do all the necessary calculations, and that's why they needed the living element, the biological element. We are now 900 years in the future. How far did computers evolve in 900 years? Don't tell me that they don't have now the computing power to be able to do calculations for travel in the mycelial network.
See, that was the first thing I thought when I saw them upgrade the Discovery. When I saw that, and I was like, okay, are they not going to use the spore drive? I'm like, wait a minute. I'm like, that's you would think the admiral would be like, this is a vital piece of technology. We have to, you know, distribute it throughout the Federation. And it's not like Saru is going to tell him no. He's not going to tell an admiral no.
I would immediately take Stamets because he was one of those main engineers who developed the spore drive, and put him into R&D department, not to let him jump
Be on the
between
ship.
jump between the stars, between universes. I would immediately take him. Take Tal because obviously Tal knows what she's doing or what they do, what they are doing. Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know who that is.
Adira, the young transgender character that we have on the show. Anyway, if you don't know, but she's very smart because she has the Trill symbiont and everything, and she's extremely smart. Michael 2.0. So basically, I would pair them up because they are anyway. They have the most shared screen time together as characters. I would take them, put them into R&D, and let them develop the spore drive for new ships, like for the whole fleet.
That would make sense.
FS. That would make completely sense. Not that I have like one ship, because we have this trope from season one that you are the only spore drive ship that we have, and you are the only one, and you are very crucial for the saving of the galaxy to end the war with the Klingons and whatsoever. You know, we have it like for the third season, the same thing. I don't know, but today, if you create when Steve Jobs invented the first iPhone and he put it on the market as basically just a display with digital buttons. How long did it take the other companies to reverse engineer it and create something by themselves? Like months?
Oh, yeah. I mean, it exploded. It's called competition.
And
Samsung
and
went in and said, oh, we got to make something. Android went in and said, okay, we are going to have to compete with this. That's how you advance a lot of technology, is usually through competition. Now, in this case, that wouldn't be the matter, but you'd think this is kind of an important piece of technological advantage that gives you an advantage nobody else in the galaxy has. And this admiral has not put it on other or like you said, put Stamets in an R&D on the space station, which is honestly where he should be, not on the Discovery.
Thank you.
And he needs to be researching the R&D with the smartest scientists there. They can research his data. Obviously, they've never seen it, but they'll probably be able to look at the antiquated technology that was done to make it and be like, oh, yeah, we should be able to reverse engineer. This might take a few months to maybe figure out how to adapt it, but since they upgraded the Discovery within a very short time, I find it very hard to believe, because they figured out how to upgrade that damn ship and still let the spore drive work.
Exactly. It's like if they were able to upgrade the Discovery with programmable matter and detachable nacelles and whatsoever, all the other jazz, they should be able to reverse engineer immediately. Even if they build like 1-to-1 ships that look exactly like the Discovery, you know, because let's do just carbon copies. It would be a huge advantage for them.
Exactly. So that's what I don't understand. Why is Starfleet not being like, okay, while they were upgrading, it's like, hey, Stamets, during those 3 weeks, come over here. We need to talk about this this incredible piece of technology that after 900 years we still haven't copied.
It's tied up in committee.
And you know what? And you know what? I wouldn't be, and I'm not even mad that they would say something that we lost the technology or something. We have seen it in human history that you know, the old Romans, they had plumbing, but
and
modern plumbing and the Egyptians, but people in the 18th century were still pouring their piss and shit out of the windows.
Yeah.
You know, because they lost with the fall of the Roman Empire, they just lost lots of development, lots of technology got lost and had to be reinvented again. So I wouldn't even mind that it got mothballed somewhere or was completely hidden or wasn't considered viable as a
well, it was an example of a government-run infrastructure where the citizens, had a responsibility, and the government would say, "Okay, we are going to do this, and you will do it, and you're going to have, you're going to have running water, you're going to have drains, you're going to have streets that aren't just mud."
Sanitation.
Sanitation. Thank you. The roads, of course, the roads.
Yeah, all roads lead to Rome.
Roads go.
Aside from that, what have the Romans done for us? Shut up. That's a great scene, isn't it?
And you know what?
Healthcare.
And Biggie, as you said that all roads lead to Rome. I was when we were in Croatia now this summer. We were in the city of Pula, where they have literally like a Roman Colosseum, and it's even in a better shape than the one in Rome. And the road where it stands, the road literally goes to Rome. So of course now there are obstacles because of the modern infrastructure, but the road where the Colosseum in Croatia stands was literally connected with the road that is running in front of the Colosseum to Rome, directly to the city center where the Colosseum stands in Rome.
That's something else.
Hey, just remember, drop your army off before you cross the Rubicon.
So yeah, there's so much potential that they can do right now, and definitely exploring. They can make it hard. They can make it like the Voyager concept, but not by accident, but by purpose. That they create a ship that is able to do, let's say, a limited series of long jumps, because you don't know how far, what distance you can do with the spore drive. We know that you can do it within the galaxy, because we learned in the first episodes that they can do it for on short distances. Then with the tardigrade, they could basically do finally like better targeting and long jumps, like 90 light years or something, which is still minuscule to the universe. Let's say they would have the power to do multiple jumps to the closest galaxy, and they would explore the closest galaxy, because not necessary because they want to do it, but let's find a reason why they have to go there and do it, you know. And they can go to another galaxy, and we can completely abandon everybody that we had here, and they can be a fish out of water there, having new adventures, but the crew that is ready, really like explorers, not like Voyager by accident, but really prepare them for something, for a mission similar like we had, let's say, on Stargate Atlantis, where they
knew they
literally
were going
knew,
into an exploration. Yeah.
and they knew that they might be no way back.
Yeah.
Yeah. And there you have a whole set of new stories what you can do. And
Yeah.
you don't need to necessarily do it with one ship. Let's send there like 2 or 3 ships. Or maybe you start with 5 and you lose 1 or 2 ships on the road, and you have so much drama that you can do.
Yeah. Like an arc fleet and
And
something
there you
like that.
can, we saw what can be done with generational ship, like we had on Battlestar Galactica, right? Traveling through the universe, basically, on the search for Earth. You have so many sci-fi concepts where you can draw from what was successful, what the fans like, and still create something that is still unique around it.
Sure. And that there was the episode of, I think it was Enterprise, where they was it Enterprise? Where they came across a ship, and it was like you were talking about. He's like, "Oh, I grew up in that fleet," and they were like haulers or something. And basically, like talking about generational ships, it's like because they do such
Voyager.
long.
I think there was definitely an episode where they met a race of that lived on a generation ship, and they had like the ship composed of different modules, and they were like generational ships traveling through the universe. And the people didn't like it there. Some of them wanted to go and explore the galaxy, and
Right, and that caused a rift because they were like, "But without you, the ship, the society dies. You know, we can't let you."
Yeah.
Have you guys seen this this website here, Stellar Cartography?
No.
The one I'm sharing?
No.
This
Cool.
thing is freaking amazing. Okay, I'm gonna put it this way. Pick a planet. Give me one. Help me spell it if I fuck it up.
Vega.
Is it Vega?
Yeah, try that.
Delta Vega?
Either, yeah, go to Delta Vega. Yeah.
There's Delta Vega.
Wow.
I know this is a project by a guy who basically is constantly updating it.
Type in Gallifrey.
No, it's Star Trek
I don't
World.
think that'll work. But here you go. Here's Kronos. Look,
Whoa.
I didn't realize Kronos was so close to Federation border.
No.
Type in Wolf 359 is a real place. Type that in.
It is. Wolf 359. Oh, got to turn the key thing on.
Yeah, that would help.
Engage. Location unknown. Maybe that's because it's a star, not a planet.
Oh, right. Oh.
So here I'll put it.
This is cool, man.
So
This is
there's
great.
Vulcan. Yeah, see, there's there's Pagean, Vulcan, Axanar.
The boss return. The Federations okay. Yeah, I would like to see the Voth return. The Federation are probably now advanced enough in discovery. Who knows?
Yeah, here,
There might be.
Cap, I'm gonna put the link in the private chat, obviously, if you want to just. But this is, guys, this is so much fun, and you're right, Josef. This guy, this is somebody in Germany. I think I looked at his personal thing, and he's a person in Germany. But if you just look at it, this thing is gorgeous.
And
There's
he's
the
still working
Romulan.
on it and updating it. Yes.
Yeah. So you got the Romulans here, you got the Klingons down here, you got the Federation, kind of in a. I didn't even know we had a split way in the Federation.
And I want to say hello to Cast in the Shadows. I'm sorry I missed the chat. I was having internet issues at the time.
Here's the Ferengi Alliance. There's Ferenginar.
Wow.
Who are these little guys over here? The First Federation. Yeah, that's how detailed this thing is.
That's amazing.
That is.
And to think that all of it has been written into this lore, that's just really something else.
Yeah.
Now, does this have like real planets too?
No.
I guess so. Give me.
You can find.
You can put that into
look at Mars.
You can put that into the main chat now. You don't have to put it in the private chat.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll shoot it in the main chat as soon as I get back there, because I had to pull up my stuff for Gettysburg today.
I will do it. I will do that.
Okay, you go ahead and do it. Let's see. You would think Mars would be on here. Well, here's Earth. Sol.
Yeah, but that's all in the lore as well. I'm wondering if there's like. Hang on, let me grab a book. I'm trying to think of a planet name that's somewhere far away. There we go.
Axanar's over here. Archer. Yeah. So it's kind of cool because this gives you a really nice look at between where Earth and Vulcan actually are.
I grabbed the wrong one. I grabbed the Field Guide to North American Weather.
And check out how close Vulcan and Andoria actually are. It's no wonder Pajem was kind of a hotbed for them. I mean, from a galactic point of, from a space point of perspective, they're very close.
Looks like most of these are stars.
Well, there are some stars on here.
I'm trying to think of something that I haven't maybe heard in Star Trek to see if it's on there. Because I love the thing. I don't care if it is or not. I was just curious if he was putting real data in there as well. But that might be confusing because I think Antares is mentioned in Star Trek. That's the first one that I recognize.
What is it?
Antares.
You spell that Antaries?
I think so. I just already with the page. I'm looking for something else. Yeah, A-N-T-E-E. It's one of those ways you spell it.
Huh. I don't know, Cap. You got a planet you want me to try and find in here?
Let's see.
What about Talos 4?
Oh, yes.
Let's see. Kalos?
Ah, it is in red.
Yes, it is in red. Look at that.
I was wondering if he would put some sort of warning on there, a visual warning.
And Starbase 416, not too far away. Is that the Starbase they took the shuttlecraft from to go to Talos, right? That was the Starbase they were at when they were going towards Talos in the Menagerie, right?
Yeah,
Could be.
right. Yep.
So I just thought this was. I was thinking about it since we're talking, and I didn't know if some of you guys had seen it. This thing, this person who's doing it, it's just freaking gorgeous. There is so much detail in this thing; it's unreal. And it's just massive library. It's just got a massive search. I got to give the person, whoever the gentleman from Germany who created that, as this man, hands down to you. That is gorgeous.
Do you know what? Maybe it has this. I haven't pulled it up yet, but so I wonder if on this program, you know how they put plague warning beacons and stuff around planets. I wonder if that's on there.
What was the name of the planet where Yar died? In Skin of Evil. Does anybody remember the name of that planet?
No.
Okay, well, I'll just look it up.
Rape 737.
That was from Face of Evil, right?
Yeah.
I thought it was Skin of Evil, but
Skin of Evil, yeah.
Skin of Evil. Skin of Evil. Yeah.
Skin of Evil. Okay, yeah.
Face of Evil was a Doctor Who episode. That's right. That was the one where he met Leela, I think.
It is.
I don't know if they mentioned the planet that she was on. Okay, well, name of the planet where Yar died. I don't know. It's going to take me a minute to find this. I guess it's not common. It's one of those ones that's going to make me work for. I wonder if Memory Alpha has it.
Oh, I'm sure it would.
I pick Memory Alpha.
Man, this thing is the stellar cartography. What you've shown me, and when I get to a big screen, I'm going to check it out because from what you've shown me, it looks great.
It really is nice. Definitely something worth looking at. It's definitely something.
Well, you can tell it's a labor of love. I mean, it looks fantastic. And just to have the database like that.
Yeah, and as I understand, the person who works on it does it quite often. It regularly updates it. I mean, I don't know how much, but. Okay, I think I found it.
Cool.
I think so. Let me see.
By the way, yay, Amazon Prime is getting lower decks. I mean, in Europe.
Huh. It's not popping up, unfortunately. Maybe I'm spelling it wrong. No, it's called Varga 2. You might not have that one in yet. I mean, can't really bitch about what he's got in here. This thing's pretty huge.
Is SETI Alpha 6 and SETI Alpha 5 listed? That would be interesting. That's what I was like. This is it. And I'm like, really? You're a scientific ship on a survey mission, and you don't have an updated star chart?
Gentlemen, I need to drop off. I will be back once I finish the call. Okay.
Okay.
All right, buddy.
Thank you.
Okay. Take care.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, you would think they would have known that the planet had exploded.
Yeah. I mean, we on Earth detect, like, yes, they're in the past, but supernova and stuff. So you'd think they'd know, hey, remember where that ship went through there? That one of those planets blew up.
Okay, that's why I couldn't find it. He has it spelled a little bit different. Is it spelled a little different?
Spell it
okay.
out. It's spelled there.
It's spelled VAJGRA. Yeah, I found it, and yeah, I'll show you guys here. It does have the little red line on it, the little red circle.
That's awesome.
Yeah, there you go. See, right there.
Wow.
Here, hold on, let me. And screen. There we go.
That's some dedication.
Oh yeah.
I mean, that was a great one. It actually, when Dave even mentioned that, I was like, oh crap, I wonder, yeah. Because that would make sense to have those warning beacons around there.
Yeah. Man, that is really something else. How detailed.
Yeah, and it looks real. And what I like about it is it's got that Star Trek feel to it.
Okay, how about this one? Genesis.
Hold on, I was looking up Aldea. I was kind of curious to where that was. Oh, where'd it go? Is it cloaked? Did I hit the right thing? Oh, it's Epsilon minus Aldea. Okay, there we go. Now, what do you want me to look up?
Genesis. The Genesis planet.
Huh.
I think you would know how to spell Genesis.
Believe it or not, my spelling is very bad.
First book of the Bible. You know.
Hey, I know that, but hey, that doesn't mean I know how to spell Deuteronomy. Yeah, don't think that just because I know the Bible doesn't mean I know how to spell. I mean, I can't spell Deuteronomy. Sure as hell can't spell Leviticus. Let's try. Here we go.
No, you spelled it right.
I guess not.
Did they name it, rename it something maybe? I can't remember. I thought they just called it the Genesis planet.
What was the
Oh, Tranquility wasn't that the one in the Cybok movie? What was that one?
What was the nebula called? The nebula where it exploded in that.
Motara. The Motara Nebula.
Mutara Nebula.
Mutara Nebula, yeah.
Huh. Let's see. Yep, Mutara Nebula. Let me pop that in, see if that comes up.
I think that might be real too. I seem to remember looking at that one time and seeing
Mutara Nebula.
Yeah? Wow.
Septi Alpha.
Interesting. They have Deep Space Nine on there?
That would be Vazor.
And then, of course, SETI Alpha. SETI Alpha's down here, obviously in the Mutara Nebula. So, yeah, you could look up the nebula, too. I'm surprised Wolf 359's not on there, but maybe he just hasn't gotten there.
That's really something.
I know, I could spend hours doing
I'm going to end. That's why I'm afraid to boot it up. I really. That's one of those things. It's like I told you with the looking up random stuff on YouTube. It's like, well, I can just play with this. I can watch every episode in my head and go, where were they headed from where to where? Let me check it out, see where it was. It's like when you first understand the topographical map and you know exactly where you are. And it's like, oh, let me just look more at this.
There's Romulus. Or where it
is
used
Remus,
to be.
Is Remus there?
I don't know if it's showing. Maybe that's Remus right there, Rami. I think that might be the other term for Remus.
Oh.
I might be. Don't 100% quote me on that.
It's cool, man.
Starbase 7A1. Yeah, he's even got the little star bases along the neutral zone.
Is there a start date on the map to say like when the update is?
Ooh, I don't know. I don't know.
Because that would make a difference if City Alpha 5 and 6 were there or not, etc. Or because you said that there was the warning around the planet with the slime, the mud creature that killed Tasha. Yep. So the map was obviously updated to be after that period.
Right.
But I don't know if Kirk put I don't recall them ever mentioning Kirk putting.
Well, that's what Khan was so pissed about. He's like, did they ever come to check on our progress? No. And I was thinking, he's got a point. You did just abandon a shitload of people on a fucking planet.
Yeah,
and
he
just
did.
not mention it to anyone.
Look, I'm not gonna say Khan did not have in my opinion, Khan had every right to be pissed.
Oh, I think so.
Yeah.
I mean, he's like, he never came to check on us. It's like you would have
Yeah.
thought that, and I'm just curious, how did they not catch that the planet exploded and that SETI Alpha 6 explodes and knocks SETI Alpha 5 out? You kind of think they would have, updated their maps, like you said.
Yeah, especially a science vessel.
Yeah,
Reliant was they were on a scientific mission. So they
Yes.
obviously have equipped with the scanners and everything, and you'd think they'd had a map of where they were headed and say, hey, this is a little off. If they just threw that in, that would have nullified it. Just, this looks a little weird, but oh well. Yeah, it's just a glitch. Let's go on with what we were doing. And that would have settled it.
Now,
The
I will
real
say this
review
because
3000 says that's what they were doing. But yeah, they could have covered it with a line saying, "Wow, this planet doesn't match our records," or "What's going on here? Chekhov, you were here last, weren't you?" And something like that.
Yeah, we had it.
Yeah.
We're obviously here. We're surveying planets to test this thing on, and it's not. You'd obviously be sent to survey. Like you're going into the Grand Canyon. It's the Grand Canyon. You know where it is, and if it's not there, then you'd kind of go, either the map's wrong or something's changed.
Yeah.
Yep.
No. Whatever. Great movie anyway. Who cares?
Oh yeah, it's still a great movie. It's just one of those little things you kind of scratch your head about.
Well, and the other thing is when Botany Bay, damn, we've got to get out of here. Come on, just get on your communicator and beam up.
No shit.
I mean, like, you don't have to run outside, get dressed, put your helmet on, run back out into the sandstorm, cross over dunes back to your transport point. So they only do that when it's convenient, for the plot. Usually, it's like, as opposed to standing on a transporter pad in order to transport, just beam us up from the middle of the field. No problem. Beam us down in their conference hall. No problem. So it's one of those plot holes.
Real Review 3000 says the weather didn't allow it.
Hey, we could always say maybe there were some sensor issues. I mean, planet explodes. Maybe the radiation was around. Maybe it limited their short range sensors.
Yeah.
There's easy Star Trek explanations that you could go with. It's just, it's just like, just one line would have been enough.
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, it could have been any line, one line, two lines, and that'd have been the end of it. But, it's one of those, unlike other Star Treks, we nitpick it out of love.
Yeah, 100%. I still hate the ear creature thing.
Oh yeah.
I love. No, don't get me wrong. I love it. It's totally perfect for the plot. It's gross, man.
Oh yeah.
I mean, it's perfect. You're right. Ugh.
Do you know Ricardo Montalban had to get? He said he needed to see a copy of Space Seed because he had been playing on Fantasy Island for so long. He was talking still like his character on Fantasy Island, and he was trying to get back into character that he hadn't played in a long time. So they gave him a copy of the episode to watch to help him get back into character.
SCTV did a skit with it was the Ricardo Montalban School of Acting, and everybody ended up sounding like that character. He was teaching him. It's like, this lady, what light through yonder window? No, what light through yonder window breaks? And she'd do it just like that. What light through yonder window breaks? And he'd go, yes. Ricardo Cordoba. Isn't it true that they gave him a car for an ad? Like he'd do like an ad a year and they'd just pay him with a car? Because I heard that. I never verified that.
I do remember him doing a lot of car videos back in the day, car commercials in the day.
Yeah, the Cordoba.
Oh, I meant to tell you guys this too. I didn't. By the way, the stellar cartography you're looking at here, you can right now. I think it's pretty much just alpha and a little bit of beta, but you can check out the gamma and delta quadrant.
Interesting.
They are in there.
So to take it from that, it would be after Voyager made a first transmission back to the Federation with information from the Delta
I
Quadrant.
don't know how he's doing his timeline with it. I just know it's freaking awesome.
Yeah, well, definitely.
Yeah, if you go in here, if you go to like map overview, it does have like it'll show it says Gamma Quadrant. I can click on the link and it takes me to the Gamma Quadrant section. So like, and it actually even shows you where the Bajoran wormhole is.
Oh, what was
the
it
Gamma
called?
Quadrant side.
Do you remember when Barclay?
Remember that?
Go ahead.
Remember that planet where Kaiopaka was killed and then resurrected, and that planet was all about war with each other? That planet has a red circle around it too.
Huh. I was just going to say the planet. So, like, Barclay became part of the ship's computer and created a subspace wormhole, and it was the planet where they brought everybody to them to learn.
Yeah, I think it was called the Nth degree.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Mhm.
I wonder if that's on there, because wasn't that like super, super, super far away, like somewhere that they had not plotted. I wonder if there's just like a planet, like one plotted planet out there.
Yeah, I'm actually going to look that up now because I'm looking up the name of the planet. I know they were called Cytherians.
Yeah, that sounds right.
It's at the center of the Milky Way galaxy.
So all the quadrants would kind of be closer there anyway, wouldn't they?
Let me see if I can. Let me see if it'll. Yeah, I'm not able to pick up Cytherian. Well, let me go to Galaxy. Maybe that'll let me put it in that way. I don't know if it's done by sections. No. Of course, that might not even be the name of the planet. That was just the name of the people.
Right.
Right.
Well, I could always pull. Well, let me go to the center of the galaxy, see what pops up.
The God planet.
What does God need with a starship?
I still. Why is God angry? Yeah, what does God need with a starship was really great. Perfect logic.
I'm asking you a question. You don't ask the Almighty for his ID.
For his ID.
This is Kirk. Of course he's going to. Oh, hey, if you go to lock search, it'll actually, you can look up different planes. It actually has just about everything listed out.
Jeez.
So you don't even have to type stuff in. You can kind of look for it here.
Okay, remember when I said I was going to be spending hours on it? Now we're going up to days.
Days, yeah.
Days.
Let me see. Here's how the breakdown works. Starting at the bottom, they've got Gamma Quadrant, 22nd Century Enterprise, the big one here probably being everything else. Oh, crap. United Federation Planets Main Core, Local Space, Milky Way Galaxy.
All right. Now, I am going to say, now we're not ending yet because I still want to continue talking if anyone wants to, of course. But I am going to let you know we are going to have a special for tomorrow. It is going to be a Christmas-centered show. So we're going to focus on Christmas for tomorrow because I want to start getting into the Christmas spirit.
That sounds awesome.
After this year, I think we could all use some Christmas cheer.
So, think of your favorite, favorite Christmas, your favorite gift at Christmas, favorite Christmas memories, favorite Christmas movie, whatever. If
this is going to be a lot of fun.
If it's Christmas related, it's open. Go for it.
There it is.
It's going, and I'm going to put it in the title, or in the description, I should say. So just a warning for everybody. If you don't like Christmas, well, tough. It's going to be a Christmas-centered show tomorrow.
Well, fortunately, I love it. That's my favorite holiday. That and the 4th of July.
Amen to that. Yeah, it looks like the Cytherian planet is not in there right now. I mean, it's obviously just called Cytherian Homeworld, but I'm not able to pull up the name. Of course, I guess I can try and look it up in the see if it's in the see if maybe it's just spelled different.
And what about the planet of the xenophobic aliens where Data lied to try to protect the Enterprise? I wonder if that's even listed, because remember they left, and at the end of that they left and saying, "Oh no, it was nothing," because he was trying to, because otherwise they were going to destroy the ship.
Did that? I don't think they ever gave a name to that planet, but
Well, they shouldn't have, because they all forgot about it, because Data,
Exactly.
like they ended up working together, so they didn't destroy them. So I just thought it would be amusing if that was in the database, because it better not be. They were pissed. You will be
that was a great
destroyed.
episode too.
Knowledge of our race can't. Oh man, it was intense, because you could kind of tell what was going on, and you knew Data wasn't being bad, but it was just confusing everybody and starting to scare everybody. Like, yeah, he's
Well,
turned
because he
against
was
us for some reason, and he was like, "I can't tell you." That was the clincher in that one. It's like, damn it, who ordered you not to divulge this? You did, sir.
did.
You did, sir. Yeah.
And then they had to explain it. And but you know, one of the nice things about that episode is as it's going, Picard really does one of his best passionate speeches about, hey, this is how we are. We left too many breadcrumbs, too many things were out of place. We have to solve a mystery. It's human curiosity, or their nature of curiosity, because they're explorers. So, and they were
Is
like,
that?
okay, we'll give it one more shot.
Yeah, yeah. You're worthy of a second chance or something. Yeah, that's pretty cool. The one question that eludes me, though, that they never asked. Well, if you're given a second chance, you wouldn't. But it's like, how many other ships have you destroyed because they discovered you? Because you
Well,
guys are
remember
kind
they
of dicks
said
when you
that
think about it.
no, they said they were the only ones who ever came back.
Oh, after the wormhole effect thing to
Right,
confuse
because
them. They left
Which
behind the
episode?
clues.
yeah.
Well, let's put it this way: if you're a cargo hauler, and that happens to you, and you pass out, you come back up, you're not going to think exploration. You're going to think, okay, we need to go around this,
Yeah,
whatever the case may be.
right. Right.
So
You're
it
you're
must
you're
have
a
missed
sailor.
this
You know
one.
where the
mentality
reef
of the crew.
is. Exactly.
I must have missed this one. What's the title?
I'm trying to think of the name of it. Used to be so
Mhm.
much better at this.
Sounds like one I need to see.
Ah, it's the title.
Yeah, this is one we need Bird of Prey 5 for, because I'm horrible with episode titles.
Clues.
Clues.
Okay.
Okay.
14th
right.
episode of the 4th season. It was called Clues. Yeah.
Gloria from Cleveland. It starts out with that, doesn't it? When they're in the hollow suite and he's doing is Dixon Hill and has Guinan come on and she's like, "This is what you do for fun," and it's like, well, it's about solving a mystery.
Yes, I'm pretty sure that is the case. And if you think about it, that's kind of the foreshadowing of that's kind of giving you the foreshadow for the episode.
Yeah,
You just don't realize it at the time.
right.
Right.
It's about solving a mystery. Yeah, that's cool, man. That one was good. It was called Clues, right? That's what you said.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, I didn't know. I just remember them very well. I don't know the names or the series designation.
Well, there are a lot that I will remember, and then you got to remember there were 200 and something episodes. And look, there are 725 episodes between TOS and ENT, not including the movies. That's a lot. I can't remember every damn
That is a lot.
every damn one either. I'd be actually impressed if somebody could do all of them in order.
Yeah.
Oh
At
my God.
what length in season 6, episode 4, did the second commercial break take place? Exactly at 14 minutes and 37 seconds is when the music faded. And I don't want to know that. That's too much. There's other things to think about, like breathing. That's too much. Too much. There's some Star Trek trivia things that are that deep, and it's like that's not it. That's not even fun. Like, why do you know
Wow.
that?
There are some that are entertaining, but then there are some that are like, some people are just really that into it. And I'm like, there are limits to what I can do.
Like, my Star Trek trivia is: how many nacelles did the 3 nacelled ship in the last episode of Star Trek have?
Oh.
So technically, the Praxans, a violent xenophobic species. They're called the Praxis. Okay, so here's the thing. So here's the thing in the stellar cartography. Harkus is there because that would be something they know, but then there's that nebula over there. That's where the wormhole thing was. So that's where that planet would most likely be. And of course, it's not on there. Because remember, they said it would be a local. The whole point was it's a local phenomenon. We should probably put a warning buoy up for others to avoid.
Okay, this is fun. What about the planet that disappears for 200 years?
Oh shit! What was it? But dude, I don't even know what was the
I
name.
don't. I just remember that happening, and
that would be in the Delta. No, Gamma Quadrant.
Oh, that was the Gamma Quadrant one. Ooh,
Yep.
Okay, Galaxy. Overview, Gamma Quadrant.
I don't even remember which series that one was from.
If it's in the Delta Quadrant, if it's in the Gamma Quadrant, most likely
DS9.
DS9.
Okay.
Because that was the one where Jadzia fell in love with that one guy.
Yes.
And tried to stay on the planet. And yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Is that the Brigadoon planet?
Did you say Troy? Or
no?
No, it was Dax.
Dax.
Yeah, you're right. Okay, the name of it was Ascension. Trying to find something that tells me. For God's sake, can't you just tell me the name of the planet?
No,
I gotta go to memory.
Too easy. That would be
Oh no,
easy.
I gotta go to memory now. It's like I gotta look up first. I'll figure out what I'm looking for, and then I have to go to memory alpha.
That's awesome. Between Memory Alpha and this, you can find anything in the canon.
Oh yeah, it's like I said, I think it's just crazy as all hell.
So, okay.
No, wait a minute. This is the wrong one. This can't be the right episode.
What?
Ascension. No, this can't be the right episode. No, this is a different episode. I got my episodes mixed up here.
So you could actually see how close Repente was to what's it called? Kittimer.
Murdos? Oh, yeah, Kittimer.
Yeah.
Kittimer.
Yeah.
Meridian, that was the name of the planet.
Meridian 3.
Okay.
Why I know that offhand, just
yes, it is actually on there. Meridian is actually on there. In the Delta Quadrant. Or in the Gamma Quadrant. Sorry.
We is condemning food and supplies and things. Don't catch any bugs. That was funny.
Oh, that was one that people nitpicked, and even Nichelle Nichols said, "Wait a minute, I'm a linguist. Why can't I speak Klingon? You can't have that." She even argued about that. She's like, "Why can't it?" Like, because it's kind of part of the story.
I think it made it into the movie because after they were like, "Come on, laugh back like you're Klingon," everybody goes, "Oh, oh, oh," and then she slams off the communicator and looks kind of pissed. That was a good scene, but yeah, that was worth nitpicking there.
Oh
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the one where they covered the line. Chekhov had the line, "Oh, the universal translator will be recognized."
Yeah.
Like, really? It never has been before.
I know.
Borkeke. Duj vas onokrin.
Queen. It's sad that I actually remember those lines.
Yeah, I know, man. Me too. It's crazy. It's
And
such a
then
great.
Uhura
It's
says
such a
Ren.
great.
Uhura
Yeah.
says Ren, not Reen, and the universal translator would have been recognized, but not that.
Exactly.
Well, when that's why they thought it was hookers. Because it's like we is condemning food and supplies and things, and they're like, ha ha ha. We understand. Don't catch any bugs, ha ha.
And she's like, "Oh," and then the lady's like,
"Yeah, like laugh." Such a great scene. So many people hate that movie. Not hate, but dislike it. I loved it. I thought it was great.
It's honestly my favorite.
I
I
would go with that.
know two is generally most people's. Christopher Plummer, just dude, I loved him. Absolutely loved him as General Chang.
Well,
I had a friend in college who refused to watch that film because he said that role is beneath Christopher Plummer. I refused to watch it. Watch him slum it in this film. And I'm looking at him like, what planet are you from?
Yeah.
There's a nice part. Man. He did a great job with it. And the idea that actors got to eat just didn't work with him somehow.
I thought he did fine.
Absolutely. I don't understand that. That's the parts below him.
Me neither.
No, it's
actually
not.
I thought he was perfect for the role.
He was.
Way better than Christopher Lloyd in Star Trek 3.
You won't give me the Genesis device? Okie dokie. Yeah, he was. The thing about his role in that is
you're valuable.
What? Go ahead. He was just so recognizable. Get out of there! I just saw Doc,
Yeah, it was a little hard at first. Well, actually, I thought it was funny because I remember reading that Christopher Lloyd and I think a couple of the other actors, they had actually worked on other projects together. And because they had the Megamon stuff, they didn't even recognize each other when they saw each other.
Wow.
They had to actually get to talking like, "Oh, shit, I didn't know it was you."
That is funny.
I always do like the behind the scenes stuff. They can be really entertaining.
Oh, yeah. What I think is funny though is there are a lot of people, they seem to think that nitpicking is a bad thing. And I'm sorry, it's fun. I'll watch the original series sometimes and just something will stick out at me that I hadn't noticed before. And it's just like, what? Okay, that wasn't, and same thing with all the real Star Trek series. And yes, I said real. Because I love them,
Yeah. And the thing is, when you're nitpicking, you're not picking it apart.
Yeah.
You're just noticing a nuance that it might have been just glazed over by somebody else. And you're in it enough to where you're like, hey, wait a minute. You're not saying it's bad. You're noticing it. That's all.
Exactly.
Saying they could have done this. Yeah, they could have done that. I'm not saying they should have. Could they have? Yeah, that would have, like I said before, it would have taken that out of there. There would have been no nitpick. But again, it's fun, and I'm not degrading it at all. I'm not saying
No.
I wish they had done it this way, because otherwise we wouldn't be talking about it.
Well, let's look at it this way. Like I said, guys like us, we grew up on this. I shared it on the screen for you from Amazon. I'm sure most of us remember having a copy of this or at least seeing it.
Get back to that real quick. Takes a second to pop up. And let's go for solo layout. Oh, no, it's solo layout. Okay.
You can see what it is.
Oh, yeah, I remember that. I have it.
I had it too.
I can't
there's
read
one
it. What is it?
It's called Nitpickers Guides for Classic Star Trekkers.
Oh, okay.
I
got to get my glasses.
Yeah, Nitpickers Guide.
Mhm.
We used to do those, and we just have fun with them. It was like, you'd be reading it. You'd be reading, and you're like, I know this. You'd be reading like the mistakes. You're like, oh, damn, I missed that. Oh, and then you'll go back and you'll watch, and you're like, oh, now I see it. But it doesn't destroy our love of the episode. It's just like, oh, now I see this.
I was watching an episode the other day because I look for a lot of technical stuff, being my background, and I was watching an episode the other day and was really impressed with, because I was waiting for it. It was I don't remember what it was. Troy and her mom, and they were talking in her quarters, and the way it was shot was her mom is in the foreground, a mirror is in the background, and Troy is sitting. So her mom is facing the camera, and Troy, who's behind the camera angle. And she crosses over in front of the mirror, and you didn't see the camera, and I calculated where the camera had to be placed so they could film that her crossing across the mirror without seeing the crew and everything behind it. Because sometimes you can catch those. You'll see a boom mic or a shadow of a boom mic or something like that. Only if you're looking for it. It will never be obvious enough to make the edit. But every once in a while, and I was waiting for it because I'd seen the episode before, and I'm like, she's going to move in front of that mirror. We're going to see the camera for a second, and they didn't. And then I realized where they had placed the camera, so that didn't happen. And of course, that was something that any pro would have thought of. Like, we can't have the camera in the mirror. But just sometimes you'll catch little things like that, or sunglasses in either movies or TV shows, or even regular eyeglasses. You can see a reflection that shouldn't be there, or sometimes you can actually see the crew. And it's just those kind of things that's more just technical nitpicking. It's not as much fun as the other stuff.
Right.
I used to have.
It's out of love. It's not. It is. Not going. Oh well.
It is. I'm not here going. They didn't pass the project. You failed. Because I saw a shadow that wouldn't have been there, and I thought this was supposed to be believable. I'm storming out right now, taking my briefcase of money. No. It's because I love it. It's because I love it, and it's actually a kind of a Easter egg, if you will. Not really, but it's a unique thing to be able to see that and catch that. Because for the majority of the audience, it's just they're paying attention to the story. Oh, that was a cool special effect. Good acting, and they don't see that one piece of dust fall on the edge of the quarters that they just said that scene was fine. Nobody's going to see that.
Well, it's gone from the days of when we were doing it, when nitpicking was just all in good fun, to now it's become very visceral. Nobody's making nitpicks because they generally like the show. They're almost always nitpicking because they hate the show, and they're purposely looking for things to hate.
Right. Right. If so-and-so wasn't the showrunner, this would have never happened. Well, that might be true, but just because of this one thing, and yeah, right, it's anger-based, it's not love-based. The nitpicking.
And I mean, I got to admit, I do love one thing. When I was watching I was watching something with David Tennant. He was doing an interview, And this is shortly after Jodie Whittaker had been cast as the role as the Doctor. And of course, David Tennant knew because her and him were working on Broadchurch together. So
Right.
of course, he knows her husband knows, but virtually nobody else knows. And he was talking about, he goes, yeah, the backlash always happens. They go, did you get any backlash? Oh, yeah. Are you kidding? People were like, who is this whiny little weasel? I like the other guy. This show is dead to me. I resigned from the internet. Send. And I was like, he has a fair point. I thought it was funny, but I was like, yeah, he has a fair point. It's like, I mean, I'm sure there was a lot of heads exploding when actually, I don't remember people bitching that much about Picard at first. I think it was just because it was so different.
Well, I think most people gave it a chance. Most people gave it a chance. I was done pretty quick. I gave it a chance. I watched the first episode. Then I was like, this doesn't interest me. And I started hearing more, seeing like previews, reviews, listening to you guys talk about it. I was like, I don't wish to spend my time like that. That's all. So again, I mean, I'm honest. I've caught up. I know what the story arc is. I know there's lots of weird torture and bullshit in it, and just not choose to spend my time rewatching an old episode, something that I know I like, even if I know it comforts me.
I've been flat out. I've said it. This Star Trek is not meant for me. There's no way around it. If you want to call it Star Trek, go ahead, but it ain't for me. This ain't my Star Trek. But I'm okay with that. I'm not one of these people who's like, every time somebody, Discovery's canceled or this guy's like, God dang it, people, give it a rest. It's like, stop with the damn rumor mill. Just the show will end at some point. When? Maybe this season, maybe next season. I don't know. I don't care. I'm not watching it. I have 725 other episodes I can watch, plus what? 10 movies, is it? 1 through 6. Yeah. I got plenty of Star Trek. I don't need the new stuff.
And yeah, absolutely. And it's not like you have to be kept up on it necessarily. I mean, if you're a reviewer, sure. But
but I don't review it, so that's why I don't watch it.
Yeah. Yeah, just
everybody else is reviewing it.
Like
so
I said,
like,
I kind of get the gist of it. If everything in the world stops and there's nothing to do, I can always like watch the entire series, and there it's waiting. It's sitting there. I can hate it then. I don't have to do it now.
You know what I'd like to have seen if we could get a series? They never really. Okay, we've explored the Gamma, we've explored the Alpha, we've explored the Delta. We've never really been told much about the Beta Quadrant, except for maybe that's kind of where the Romulans are.
Well,
but that's been a quadrant largely unreferred to.
It's not been referred to, but it has been referred to as it has been explored. That's about all.
Yeah, they did that in in Star Trek 6, where Sulu says they've been in Beta Quadrant cataloging gaseous anomalies and stuff. Yeah. Now, obviously, they didn't do all that. He's obviously didn't explore all of the freaking Beta Quadrant in however many years he was out there, but obviously he did an extensive exploration, and I'm sure they stopped on a few planets here and there. And oh shit, Dave, Wolf 359 is in here.
Oh, Wolf. Because I mean, it is part of the canon.
No,
and
it is.
It's a real place.
Well, there's Wolf 359, Wolf 424, but yeah, It is there. I just looked it up when I was looking at the local search. So sometimes you got to go in and look for stuff. It may not come out the typing right, or it just could be because I suck at typing.
Well, yeah, you do suck at typing. Hey, we all have our issues. I know I do. Ugh, I hate typing. That's why,
don't mind typing it.
honestly, I'll say good morning, in a chat, and I'll copy and paste. I just go at and type the first two letters, and then paste it because it's got the name already up, and then keep going. And
For some reason, I can't do that on my tablet, just my phone. My tablet won't remember any of the names.
Really?
Yeah, I find that weird. It doesn't have. I don't know what the deal is if I haven't updated, but like if I'm in chat, I can't use the same little icons in the chat on my tablet as I can on my phone, and it also doesn't remember names at all. I have to type in the full name. And I know with a computer you can have macros where it's just like, you can have it set and just do a key combo and have it done. Or just like with my phone, like you do, you type in the first couple letters and it will type in usually the right name, otherwise it's the next one, and then it'll hit the right last name. But yeah, on my tablet, I just have to do it manual. I don't know. I haven't gone into settings. I'm sure it's something that I just haven't done because I don't care. I mean, I'll type it out. It's fine. But I know when, two people say hi, 5 people say hi to one person, and it's like a response in 4 seconds with everybody thanked or said hello by name. I know it's a macro or something. They can just have a list and just type hello and then type click, 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 enter, and it's handy.
oh yeah, it is. And it's it's not as if it's not genuine. It's just it saves
Right.
time. It's like good.
Well, it's not a bot.
Names.
It's not a bot reply. Yeah,
right.
Exactly.
It's like I'm too lazy to type out all these names every time.
Understandable there. That's what hi, everybody. There, I've covered everyone.
Yeah, sometimes I know it doesn't get the little highlight, but sometimes, if there's a lot going on, I'll shorten it. All of you guys, I've done it. It's like, hey, geek or cap.
Yeah.
But it doesn't get a highlight, so if the chat's moving, you might miss it.
Yeah.
Huh. I don't think this person has set up a Delta quadrant yet. I'm not able to find Talax. Or for that matter, really even Ocampa. So he might not have gotten there yet.
What was
might be why I'm not
Kazon? So was that their homeworld?
I thought it was called. I don't remember. I thought it was called Kazon. I don't remember. I thought it was just called Kazon.
I didn't like the Kazon as.
I didn't either.
I mean, I didn't like the way they looked. They were. I don't know. It was not a very interesting foe. I mean, they were powerful. Don't get me wrong, and the writing around it was good. It's just them as in general. It's like, oh right, so this is the Klingons for you guys, really?
They were very similar, really, to the original concept for the Ferengi. It was just very, forgettable.
Well, I'll tell you I always say, whatever happened to the whips, man?
Oh, I love those. That was the one thing it should have kept.
And even Marauder Moe's action figure that Quark's mom kept for him had a whip. And only in that one episode, that first one, where they meet the away team. And then the other thing is that they were interested in is that they were carrying gold. Remember how gold is kind of worthless other than as a semiconductor or a conductor? And they were like, oh, they're adorned with gold. And it's like, yeah. I mean, it wasn't gold pressed latinum.
Gold and get it pressed into latinum.
Right.
That was the only way I could justify that.
But then Quark later says it's like remember when he got all the latinum that was fake, and he's like, oh, it's beautiful. You take something as worthless as gold and infuse it with latinum, and it becomes priceless.
Yeah.
So yeah, so it must have been a commodity in order to make gold pressed latinum that they were interested in more than the worth of it itself. But then wouldn't it be worth something? Because I know latinum
Not if
it's a
not if
liquid.
it's well, think about it. Maybe the reason why gold is used is because gold, by definition, the more pure it is, the softer it is.
Uh,
Maybe that's why the pressing. Maybe that's why it's called gold press latinum. Because you know, if you look at the like I said, the purity of gold, the more pure the gold is by the percentage wise, the more soft the metal is.
right. That's why people would bite on pieces of gold
Yeah.
to see if it
Yes.
was soft. That's the carats of it,
So
isn't?
Here's a question about the Ferengi.
Mm-hmm.
The Ferengi are based on very harsh capitalism. That's their whole culture, the
Right.
rules of business
yes.
and so on. So they meet the Federation. Federation says, "Hey, by the way, we've got these replicators. You can make anything you want. Gold plus gold press latinum, anything you want." Wouldn't the Ferengi's first response wouldn't there be a first response be, "You're going to destroy our economy"? What?
Well, let's think about this. We've got to remember
Interesting.
replicators couldn't make everything because there were points when, in the very first season, when Crusher's trying to replicate that serum from the planet.
Mm-hmm.
She said you can't replicate it, and
Right.
even at times there was times when like one throwaway line is when we first meet Kern, and Picard points out caviar, the replicator doesn't do it justice. So it's not. I've never seen it as being an end all be all, like it's perfect. It's very, very, yeah. I would say you probably couldn't replicate Latinum.
Latinum.
Yeah, there have been
they did say
references.
Latinum could not be. Latinum could not be replicated. Gold, they never did.
See, the idea
Well,
that
I
you could
think
not
gold they
replicate
could.
certain metals.
Well, remember,
Yeah.
Kirk even said in that one episode, he says, we can do these diamonds, we can manufacture these things, which is not unrealistic because you can make artificial diamonds now.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a very realistic thing they could have done. So
Well,
it holds little value to them. But we also got to remember, not every society has access to replicator technology.
Or dilithium or trilithium.
Here's my question. Why can't they replicate dilithium?
Maybe it's unstable. I know they regrow the crystals because remember that they regrew the crystals in the episode Relic, where Scotty's like, your crystals are about to fracture. He's like, no, we regrow them while they're inside now.
Recrystallize.
Right.
Yeah, we recrystallize. There are just some things, I guess, technology-wise, they were not able to be able to replicate, which obviously is a plot point convenience, but technology should have its limits.
But here's the plot hole. You've got that space dock in the Star Trek films, which are so big that entire starships can use it as a parking garage.
Right.
Well, that's probably all of your rare, precious metals, not precious, rare. Oh, I'm having a hard time this morning.
Yeah.
They take a lot of metal to make that thing, including some very rare metals. That's probably a planet's worth up there, at least the stuff you can mine on a planet. So the only way they could make it would be in orbit using replicators. And if replicators can't make metals properly, then how would you make the space dock?
True.
Somebody did something about that with I can't remember who or where I saw this, but it was regarding the amount of gravity Space Dock 1 would generate by the size that it is. Because even our asteroids and stuff have their own gravity field, and they were talking about how much gravity the body would have to generate just to exist.
Yeah. The idea that the ships would just float in and stay there is like, no, they'd be falling towards the center of that mass. It's huge.
And why it's really necessary. It's cool as heck, but why it's necessary anyway. If they're floating in space, there's still guys in spacesuits floating around in there. It's not like you open up the hatch and get out once you're inside, even with the space doors closed.
Yeah, I agree.
So, and then they have all the other ones, which are they're just kind of a scaffolding kind of dock. Where workers can get to whatever they need, like, and work on the ship and illuminate what they're working on and stuff, which is still a little odd because I don't know. I still thought that it was a great idea having a carport for a spaceship. Like just a
visually
floating.
was fantastic.
Yeah. My thought was, okay, I was looking for the control towers and stuff on those. And thinking, okay, where are all the dudes that are like the guy that does the backflip when the Enterprise first rolls out in the first movie? Like, where do they hang out? Where do they change clothes? Where do they go to the bathroom? Like, I'm sure that there's like a little control tower area or some crew area on there that I just didn't see, or they just came from the nearby starbase because Sulu shuttled Kirk over because the transporter failed. So and it was a short ride. That shuttle didn't even have a bathroom in it. That little taxi.
Yeah, I hate to say it, but those guys in the suits, they are wearing Depends.
Oh yeah.
Nah, they probably have a little area in there where they can pee.
Oh yeah, I'm sure.
I mean, you're going to be in there for longer than one regular Earth work shift. I'll tell you.
Yep.
Tiki Quark would eat Watto alive in a crossover. Watto ain't got nothing on Quark. Watto's got nothing on Quark. Actually, did you guys remember that Amar Sharman, he's actually was in that very first episode of the Ferengis.
Yes.
That very first episode.
Yep. And Neelix was a Ferengi too in one of the ones. There was like there was some Ferengi and they came onto a ship and started stealing everything. And the guy who plays Neelix was a Ferengi in that one. And the only way I could tell, again, going back to the prosthetic makeup, the only way I could tell was the way his voice sounded and his delivery. And then I was like, wait a minute. And just looking at his face, and you could tell it was the same guy.
Well, I always did like that one thing. I will always say this. I always did enjoy the fact that we would see characters show up, actors show up playing different roles.
Yeah. Yep.
So, yeah, it looks like the gentleman who's been working on the stellar cartography thing doesn't look like he's gotten to the Delta Quadrant yet.
All right.
Can't say I'm going to throw a fit about it. I mean, that's a lot of work.
Oh,
I sure hell haven't even done.
Come on, it's just stellar cartography. Jeez.
Oh, it's just stellar cartography.
Okay. Gosh, man, just simple stellar cartography, just quantum physics theory.
Yeah. Did you guys?
So tomorrow
do
you
you have a favorite? Oh, never mind. Sorry.
Just for the benefit of the people who popped up in chat here, Captain, tomorrow you said something special's happening on Morning Brew?
Yes. Tomorrow on Morning Brew, we are having a Christmas-themed show. It will be all Christmas memories, Christmas movies, favorite Christmas everything. If something reminds you of Christmas, if like a favorite Christmas drink, favorite Christmas tradition, whatever, if it's Christmas themed, we're going to do it tomorrow because it's a week before Christmas and it's time to get into the Christmas spirit. This has been a shitty ass year and we need something to look forward to. And I say Christmas is it.
Yeah, everybody get your sleep because that show could go long.
Oh yes.
I'm just saying it. That's one, like, oh man, because I'm excited to hear everybody else's as well. I mean, that's something I think we can all share a lot of little fun things and recipes and all that stuff. I mean, that's going to be a lot of fun. I'm going to look forward to it.
Okay,
Not that I
Charlie
don't
Brown,
always look.
TV, fine, but not no Star Wars holiday special. This is supposed to be uplifting, not depressing.
Well, no, wait. We can talk about
Yeah.
the Star Wars holiday special. It is holiday themed, but it's not Christmas themed. We can mention, however, that will not be focused on. It can come up.
I would actually enjoy hearing a story from someone who actually watched that when it aired. I've
Hey,
never actually met anybody who watched it when it aired.
Ask me tomorrow. I
Okay.
will tell
I
you
did.
all about it. I remember it vividly. I will love to share that story, but tomorrow.
Did you watch the whole thing, Star Major?
Yes. I'll
Sorry,
tell you
you're
tomorrow. I
Wow.
don't want to give too much away. It's not a long
Sweet.
story, but
audio is
it's
No,
one
that's
that I
just a
remember
teaser.
very well.
That's a teaser, so everyone will tune in tomorrow.
Yeah.
You saw more than
Yes.
I did. I only saw part of it.
I watched the whole thing. I'll tell you exactly. I remember how I felt at certain parts of it too. I remember it very well. I remember where I was.
Nice.
But I won't bore with a long diatribe like I do about just everything. I'll get to the point, but I'll just share the meaning and the memories of it. And I'm not going to go through it again for anybody who hasn't seen it. That's kind of your prerogative. You can find it on YouTube. For a while, you couldn't find it at all. Remember that the Weird Al video for White and Nerdy when he goes into the alley and he gives the gangster the money and he gives him the paper bag and he pulls out Star Wars Christmas Special.
The only thing I ever thought was hard. Do I like Kirk more than I like Picard?
Right. And you know what's ironic? I will share this one quick little Christmas thing. When I first saw that video, it was in the Christmas season. And I thought that was funny that the Christmas special was, I don't think it was written then. It's the first time I saw that video, but I remember it being around Christmas. So there's a little Christmas teaser connotation.
Awesome. I'm looking forward to it.
Me too, man. I love Christmas.
Like I said, I just wanted something. I don't normally have a theme or any specific thing that we're talking about, but I'm kind of wanting a Christmas themed episode tomorrow. That's why it's like, okay, we're gonna go Christmas. My show, my say.
Maybe I'll take a picture with a Santa hat on or something for a new avatar for that.
Ooh,
that would be fun.
Cool.
Yeah. I'll have a picture in front of my tree or something. Be cool.
Tiki of Doom is asking when it will start tomorrow. The normal time, 5 o'clock? Are you going to do something different?
Oh, God.
You're starting at 5?
Normal time. Yes.
6.
5 a.m. Central.
5. Oh, I'll be at work. I work until 6, so don't go too far. And then I have to get my wife out the door, so that's 6:30. Damn it! But anyway, yeah, do your show. I mean, I'll come on. I just won't know what's been covered.
It trust me, it won't matter. You'll fit right in.
Cool.
I don't usually show
That's
up
the whole
till
point.
6:37
The whole
usually.
point is to have fun. Yeah.
Just get here after work and make my wife coffee and lunch, and then be like, "Hey, I'm really excited about sharing this." We've been talking about that for the last hour. Well, what about? Yeah. Oh.
No, I think it's going to be more along the lines of, I don't think there's going to be too much repeating, because if you think about it, most of us are going to have very different Christmas experiences throughout our lives.
Yeah, but unfortunately, I'll end up missing part of it. That's one of the things that I want to hear is everybody else's. I know what mine are, and I'm happy to share, but I want to hear what everybody else's is.
And see, that is going to add into the rewatchability, because everybody will have their own story and people are going to want to hear it.
Yeah.
I think that is it's something in our community needs we got. You know, I think it helps.
Breaking up again, Cap.
You're breaking up. Yeah.
Okay.
You're breaking up, Captain.
Let me try something real quick.
Sound
Now
good
you
there.
sound better.
Okay, I do.
Yep.
Yes.
What about now? Got
Fine.
it.
Yep.
Okay.
And ironically, tomorrow is the last day of Hanukkah.
No, I've got
Oh, no,
to.
that's
Yep,
funny.
my brother-in-law or my sister-in-law and her husband will be finishing up their Hanukkah tradition tomorrow. I'm sure they're going to look forward to that.
I never really did the Hanukkah thing. I'm not. My dad's side of the family is Jewish, and mom's side's not. And they weren't like, what's the term? Not Orthodox. The ones, I guess, not
Messianic?
they were the ones that eat bacon. Those guys.
Liberal.
Yeah, not the ones that have not Hasidic and not Orthodox, right? Yeah.
My
Anyway, but we never really did. I have books and stuff, and like when we buried my dad, it was in Hebrew and stuff like that. But I am Jewish as from part of the tribe rather than the religion.
Right.
By blood. So hooray! But I don't really, you guys know, I don't really. I believe in faith, but not necessarily in a particular one.
Yeah, my sister-in-law and her husband, I think they converted to, well, I know what they are. They're Messianic Jews. And I know they converted probably sometime in the last 10 years. They converted to Messianic Judaism.
Mm-hmm.
And
I'm not familiar with what that is.
It's this particular, all I really know about them is they are Jews that actually believe Christ is the Son of God, not just a prophet.
Okay.
Don't ask me too much more than that because
Okay.
I've only had a few talks, and unfortunately, I got to be honest, my brother-in-law, love him to death. He's a fellow Marine, but he's got a few ideas that I'm just like, he's kind of really been hitting into Dave's stuff lately.
Oh.
And that kind of gets a little old after a while. Also, I ended up having to a couple years ago. We were up seeing family, my wife's family, and they live in a town called Anderson. Her mom, her dad, and her brother, and then her two sisters live in Columbia, which is about an hour drive. And he had apparently made a comment that they were not coming for Christmas dinner because he is very anti-Christmas. He points out everything where the origin started, the paganism and things like that. And he really just, and I ended up apparently not even intentionally doing it. I kind of shamed him a little bit about his behavior because I pointed out how I was like, wow, this is a nice Hanukkah dinner. Thank you. This was the first time I've ever had one. And yes, I was doing something I don't normally do. I was being a little passive aggressive.
Yeah. Well, fine. But listen, like when somebody says, yeah, parades are fake celebrations, they're manufactured. Yeah, they are.
And?
Right? Yeah. Can you like them? Can you enjoy them? Or do they bring people together?
Does anybody still watch the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade?
I
at least
do.
parts of it?
I do. I look forward to it. I watch the parade and a dog show. Love it.
I mean, that's kind of.
I mean, did you see the last one? It was weird.
No, I did not get to see the last one. My local TV channel was just jacked up.
It was weird because they still did most of. They didn't have most of the marching bands, which, whatever. I mean, some of them are really good, but some of them that are just there because they won the place to be there. Hooray for them! Good for them. Aren't that great? They sound like a band. but some of the bands sound like big band, like perfect notes, perfect everything. Those are a lot of fun. You know, the high school bands that get to be in it and stuff. But they had balloons, and then they had the performers, and they were performing to nothing. There was nothing that you could, once in a while you could see people in the windows of the buildings, but there was nobody there, nobody cheering, no ticker tape floating down. It was kind of weird. They still did it, and they pulled it off okay. They did a good job for being, like having the mandates in place of not bringing a whole bunch of people out, and they did a pretty good job. And then the dog show was the same thing. Watching the dog show, and they actually had cutout people in the audience, like photos of people like in cutouts in the audience, and they piped in applause when they announced the stuff because they wanted the dogs who know their show dogs basically to feel like there was nothing weird. I thought it was the weirdest thing in the world, and then I realized it's for the dogs, not for the camera,
Okay,
not for
that
the
I can
studio.
understand. Yeah, that sounds weird until you say, okay, it's for the dog. Okay, I get that now.
Yeah. But because at first I was like, what in the hell are they trying to pull? And then I realized that these dogs tour on shows, and it would be odd for them to be in an empty hangar, just being judged without an audience, because they love it too. They know they won when they won because they get treats. But yeah, so anyway, it was weird. Both events, they did a good job. They did a good job with the circumstances. I was impressed. I didn't think they'd pull it off. I thought I'd be really disappointed. I was not. And I do watch. I if there's a parade that's on the TV, I watch it. I go to the local neighborhood parades. We get a couple cops on a motorcycles and a fire truck, and the county board member in a convertible roll down the street, and everybody's on bicycles, and just for the Citizens Association for a very small area, maybe a mile square. And we organize that, and we'll do that, and that's fun. It brings everyone together, and it's fun. Is it a controlled organization of fun? Yeah, sure. It wouldn't just happen simultaneously, or spontaneously is the word I meant.
Yeah, as if spontaneous fun is the only kind of fun there is.
Right. I mean, hey, like sports, well, that just didn't happen. You bought your tickets, you changed the channel to, they organized it. So, and back to the thing about Christmas being manufactured. So what? What's the problem? Who cares?
Was at one point.
Yeah, I guess.
We celebrate different occasions.
Right, and that's all we're doing. It's observing. Yeah.
My wife and I, we watched, this was something we pulled up on YouTube, and it had talked about the differences between the character Santa Claus and then the character from Germany, Father Christmas, and how those kind of started playing into the lexicons of culture over the years, and kind of the traditional Christmas tree thing and things of that nature, and the Santa Claus or the Father Christmas actually giving out presents per se didn't become kind of a real staple in a lot of culture in Western culture until about the 1850s, actually, which I was surprised to find out. I mean, as far as like a big kind of mainstream kind of thing, this was becoming part of the culture of people at that time of the year. And yeah, it was actually pretty interesting. Yeah, it was on YouTube, and we watched it. And see, I love doing those things because I love finding out things I never knew.
Well, and there was just a thing on the radio that I don't know, one of the radio programs for the weekend on NPR, and they were talking about the same thing with engagement rings and diamonds, and how that wasn't a thing until the diamond people made it into something.
Yeah.
There was a dowry, and things like that, but that being a traditional thing was not a thing until the people profiting off it made it into such.
Right.
Well, it's kind of like how the beer company Corona decided to kind of well, I wouldn't say exploit, but kind of makes a big deal out of Cinco de Mayo.
Right.
I mean,
Yeah.
you kind of know that's pretty much just
Exploits
that
there.
was a beer propaganda thing, but who gives a shit?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, you know, we
Yes,
were talking about nitpicking, and this is one of these nitpick things that I think that, you know, you can point out and acknowledge these things, or you can blame these things for what purpose I have yet to figure out. But yeah, sure. Reasonable people can go through and go, yeah, I knew that, but this is not a factual thing. This doesn't matter. It's an observance of celebration. You know, you don't have to wonder every second about every little nitpick about it, because that's when it becomes the hateful nitpick. Not nitpicking it because you're enjoying it. You're nitpicking it maybe because it's interesting and you're learning something, but just to rip it apart by saying you're doing something false because it brings you joy. That's just mean. That's mean spirited.
Tiki of Doom, James Andrew Morrison. Yes, that is the belief. That is the belief is most likely Saint Nicholas was Turkish, which I did not know until the other day. I did not know what area of the of that area where Saint Nicholas was from. So yeah, Turkey. That was an interesting thing to find out.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
that,
it's just
that
not
is
something.
something. Okay, Tiki, you are going to have to come on tomorrow and talk about that. You're going to have to come on tomorrow and talk about that, please. I want to know. Let's see here. Okay, you know what? Where the hell is it at? There. You should have been a mod a long time ago. Now you are.
Hey, bird of prey.
Blubber.
Bird's back? Wow, cool.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, there are not. I mean, okay, St. Patrick's Day parade. Yeah, I love it when like holiday times come around for those things. And even though they may not be that, something I do a lot of, I always jokingly call some of those like Hallmark holidays. That's just
Sure.
that you remember we all used to call them that. Some of them were just like Hallmark holidays. You're like, let me go get a card.
Sure.
And that's it. You didn't really give it much else. But history of St. Patrick's Day and how those things form. And like I said, I didn't know St. Nicholas was Turkish. So I thought that was, another thing I learned, which I think is very interesting.
And Father
Father
Christmas,
Christmas, I believe, originated in Germany.
yeah, I think I was just mentioning that. I remember learning the term when I was over in England. It was Father Christmas wore green. And as far as I know, the Santa Claus character did until Coca-Cola bought him.
That's what my wife said.
I think that's actually accurate. And that model of the pudgy Santa Claus that we see was kind of a marketing manufacture from that company. I don't dislike it. Hooray. I grew up with it. So that's what I know, but I also know the other versions. And some of them are kind of scary looking, this old grizzled guy with a beard, but it is what it is.
Yeah, some traditions have the Krampus, which is a magical fairy / elf, old school elf figure who would not only give you good presents if you're good, but take you away if you were bad.
I've heard a little bit of that Krampus story, but not that part. But I'd be interested to learn that history too.
Oh, let's see here. Got to put this one up for mountains. St. Nicholas is actually arrested for assault. He was at a church council and punched out a cardinal who was talking heresy.
Wow.
I like that. Yeah, you know what, Mountains? You're going to have to find a way to come on tomorrow. I don't know how, but yeah.
What was it I saw? If you look up interesting labors, Memorial Day, Labor Day, it's really interesting when you see those traditions and how some of them were actually started at the state levels and local levels, and then eventually uh, got to a point where they became federal holidays. So, like, I believe Memorial Day. I'm trying to remember. Was it? Yeah, I think it was Memorial Day is the one that was originally for honoring the Civil War, the fallen soldiers of the Civil War. I think that's how it originally started.
If I don't have a conference call, I will try to be on for a few minutes. Okay, good. If when that comes, everybody else will be muted so you can talk. Because and I might just have to kick Geek off in order to get him to shut up. But hey, that's tomorrow. Yeah.
So, just a little history trivia for you here. Memorial Day was actually started by former slaves on 1 May 1865 in Charleston, South Carolina, to honor 257 dead Union soldiers who had been buried in a mass grave in a Confederate prison camp.
Wow.
They don't teach that in school.
Oh, no, absolutely not.
Was it Andersonville?
I don't know where Andersonville was located. I can check. I thought it was in South Carolina. This was in Charleston, so
Okay.
But I don't know where Andersonville was located.
For some reason, that name screams Civil War internment camp. I don't know if there was one there or not. When you said that, that's the first word that popped into my head. From we have Civil War history all over the place here, and that's just the first.
Andersonville was in Georgia.
Oh, okay.
Georgia.
Okay.
But Charleston was also kind of near where Fort Sumter is and stuff like
Right.
that. So there was several battles that went around there, and actually, Fort Sumter was fought over quite a bit. It wasn't just the first battle; there was many battles that were fought around it.
Mm-hmm.
But that's interesting to know, that little nugget right there from where I knew it started about Union soldiers. I did not know it was started that particular way by former slaves. That is interesting. That's a good piece of history.
Yeah. Live and learn.
And that's the thing with me, it's especially with this shit. I love learning.
Oh, absolutely. Learning is absolutely essential in life. Even if you only strive to learn one thing each day, you should try that.
Absolutely.
Something
Especially
new every day.
If you are learning something that you're inspired by or that you enjoy, it's so much easier too.
Let's do a roundtable here real quick. One thing that you know about history or some other interesting topic that perhaps the other people on the panel don't know.
Okay.
That would be difficult.
I've got two off the top of my head from ancient time.
Go for it.
The Egyptians invented beer, and the Chinese invented the wheelbarrow.
Okay, yeah, I knew those, but I'm glad
I didn't know the thing about the Chinese.
Yeah, I didn't know a thing about the beer.
China also for hundreds of years, it was illegal to sell the secrets of how to make silk.
Okay, that I didn't know at all.
Yes.
Why?
It was because they were the only people who could make it.
Therefore,
they were the only ones who had the technology to make it at the time, and they kept that a very closely guarded trade secret. There's a term, if you look up in China, there was a place called Silk Road, which is basically where the market was, where people went to buy silk.
Right.
And it was a very high, obviously, commodity because, silk feels good. But, they kept the basically, for lack of a better term, they kept the patents to themselves for hundreds of years.
Keeping the value.
Yes. Keeping out the competition would make sense.
I can't think of anything that you guys wouldn't know.
Well, maybe
about
something that
history.
people in the chat won't know.
James Andrew Morrison says the weirdest thing I learned about the Chinese is that they never invented glass. Their fish bowls were pottery, hence the weird goldfish bread to be viewed from above.
Huh.
That I didn't know.
No, I didn't. Thank you.
Huh. Wow.
The secret of silk. It is thought that silk was exported along the Silk Road routes around 400 BC, as though silk was highly esteemed in various kingdoms and imperial dynasties, and imperial dynasties kept secret the methods of silk production for another 1,000 years. So from about 400 BC until about, well, before then to about the 1400s, yeah, they were, it was one of the most zealously guarded secrets in history. Anyone found smuggling silkworms, cocoons, or mulberry seeds was put to death.
Death. Wow.
That figures. It was ancient China.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It's still kind of that way, isn't it?
Mountains of Elysium says the U.S. Civil War is very important in music history. Irish and African American soldiers playing and mixing musical styles together around a campfire was at the root of a lot of modern music.
Wow.
That's true. And also why the banjo became very popular in Appalachian music. The banjo is an African instrument.
See, these are things I didn't know about the Civil
I didn't
War.
know that
See, I knew no matter how much I tried to do with the Civil War this year, I was never going to get everything. And I know there's going to be something new I'll learn every time.
Did you know, come on, brain, was it the 10th Wisconsin? 10th Wisconsin went all the way from southern Wisconsin all the way into El Paso and Juarez and back.
I did not know that, but I could believe it.
Yeah, what I'm thinking, what genius said, all right, take these guys from Wisconsin and send them all the way down to El Paso to fight this battle, and then they can come back.
Yeah.
So let me clarify this. I don't think that China had they weren't the only ones who made silk, but obviously they were one of the more advanced productions, and they were the biggest production of the time. So I'm sure there were other, I'm sure there were other people trying to, of course, make knockoffs and stuff.
Yeah.
I was trying to think of something else about the Civil War that was also interesting. Well, it is where the only woman in American history was awarded the Medal of Honor. It was also later rescinded, and then of course it was posthumously reinstated, I think by Carter.
You brought up to me the other day that ambulance corps.
Yes, the ambulance corps. Our modern triage was our modern triage and modern medicine style we do now in the short, medium, and long term on the battlefields and stuff. That was started there. It was started during the Civil War. There was unfortunately, there are some good things that came out of the Civil War when it came to as far as advances in certain areas. But the biggest one there, I would say, with the ambulance corps is because this is the biggest thing I think we got to remember is a lot of these people died not just because, I mean, they didn't have a lot of good medicine. They didn't really have medicine back then. There's no antibiotics, but sanitation was also one of the biggest killers.
Yeah, it was misunderstood or not known. Yeah. Like I'm going to operate on you with filthy hands. I don't
But at
know.
the time,
I didn't know. You know.
at the time, what they thought caused illness was bad smells.
Mm-hmm.
They were partially right. If you think about
Well,
I mean,
yeah.
a rotting corpse is going to have disease on it.
Well, our nose will tell us to stay away from a shit pile or a corpse or what have you, but the idea that you could take a small amount of fluid from such a thing and mix it with a lot of water and still get people sick, that was the part that they had yet to figure out. And it took the cholera outbreak in London for that to finally become a theory.
Yeah.
Oh, I remember reading about that. Wasn't it the person started to map out where the illness was, and then found that the fountain was people were drinking out of the fountain, other kids were bathing in, or other people were bathing in. Wasn't that the kind of how they figured out where the
Yes,
main
that's
center
pretty
of the
much
break
it.
was?
Yeah.
Yeah. It was a pit where everything got thrown, and it had a leak into the water supply into a street tap not far from it. And this guy was convinced it wasn't smells, and he was laughed at because he was, the anti-vaxxer of the day. Not trying to give the anti-vaxxers any credit, but that's how he was seen. And so he started going into these plague areas and interviewing people and asking all sorts of questions. And it all came down to, where do you get your water? And he noticed they're all getting it from that same damn pump. So he had to petition the city to remove the handle on the pump. And first they're like, are you serious? Because we know it smells. What's wrong with you? But he wouldn't let up, and he kept showing the data. And enough people finally said, well, let's just take the handle off and see what happens. And that ended the outbreak. So that was the beginning of modern germ theory. Not the beginning, but one of the beginnings of modern germ theory.
Mountains of Elysium, yes. The Civil War was the first clash of the irons. The Monitor, the Merrimack, the ironclads. And you know how that ended? In a stalemate.
Yeah.
They kept shooting cannons at each other for hours and weren't doing crap to each other.
Tiki of Doom says, I fell down a YouTube rabbit hole.
Yeah.
One of the best places I love to do my history stuff is American Battlefield Trust. So, like my Gettysburg animated battle map. My son loves these. I love them too. Because it really maps out the battle for you, and you kind of see it in kind of a risk type of thing, this column going here, this column going there, they're breaking up, they're going around, it's really beautiful. I love it. I learned, what is Tiki saying here, Captain Trek? What did he learn recently about Mecca?
Let's see here. I recently learned that the original city of Mecca may have been Petra in Jordan, and because of a civil war in Islam, it was moved to Saudi Arabia. The mosque prayer direction is toward Petra.
I am not familiar with the Islam religion very much, so I know very little about that. I know Mecca is important. I just, I'm not familiar with it.
Right. Okay, let's see here. We are getting really close to 5 hours. So, anything else you want to add, Dave?
I'm excited for tomorrow. The Christmas stream. I'm very excited about that. That should be a lot of fun for everyone, including whoever thumbs down. They're going to thumbs down Christmas, Merry Christmas back,
Oh, absolutely. And everybody who thumbs down, we're going to celebrate just because they love Christmas that much. Because if you're thumbing down the stream tomorrow, you're thumbing down Christmas.
And promoting the stream.
Yeah.
So thanks for that. I hate to mention it, but I don't know what's going on with that. With whatever bickering's going on, but it seems really childish to go on somewhere and just thumbs down it without any. Come on.
Haters gotta hate.
Well, I guess so. I mean, if it makes them happy, hooray! But it just seems silly.
You know, there
Well,
have
take it
been
from.
there have
Go
been
ahead, Cap.
streams I've gone on to. They've not started yet,
Yes,
and there's a thumbs down. It's like, what?
it happens on Loki's stream almost daily. I go in there and say hello to everyone, and there's always, it's like we don't even look at it anymore. It's like, oh, really? You came on 40 minutes early just to give a thumbs down? You didn't even comment, didn't say anything, just thumbs down that you're on? Whatever. Thanks for paying attention.
And that's the best part. We all just were like, "Oh, you want to throw a thumbs down? Great. That just helps the channel."
Thank you. You're helping
Thanks for
grow the channel.
Well, as I've always said, hate is a big form of love because they're taking the time to expend all that energy thinking about you. It means they really do care.
Well, that explains my family then.
Sorry, I don't know. That's just funny.
I'm joking.
Yeah. Well, look. Anyway, that's it for me. Looking forward to tomorrow. Should be a lot of fun. That's one of these things that I'm really looking forward to, and I don't even need to write down a subject list for. This one just is so easy and fun for everyone, I think.
Okay, now I'm going to ask a few people that I normally see in chat, even like Chris, who normally doesn't come on, to make a few minutes to try to come on just for Christmas wishes. That's all. You can give a brief little, this is my favorite Christmas thing, or whatever you want to say to encourage the Christmas spirit. So I'm gonna ask Orville Nation. I'm gonna ask Rural Review 3000. I'm gonna ask anybody who wants to come on and just even just wishing Merry Christmas. That's.
And Real Review 3000 says, "Hey Dave, where is that photo from?"
That is from the National Air and Space Museum in Washington
Oh,
D.C.
DC.
Yeah, that's the real Enterprise. And real quick, I'll tell you about it real fast. It was really hard to get that photo without anybody in the background. And so the lights on that come on for 10 minutes at a time, 4 times a day. So you have to be there at the right time. The schedule's posted. So because they leave the lights off, because it is the original model that they've saved, and they've been doctoring up all these years, and it's in a sealed container. But it's right there in the lobby, but the lights only come on. So I think that picture is when the lights are on. And it was really hard to find a time when it wasn't just surrounded by people at all anyway. And, it's a museum. I'm not going to say, hey, get out of the way of a picture. And one of the guys, I told you about him, Captain 20, who I'm friends with, who used to wear the Spock ears and do Star Trek for Channel 20 here. I told him that story. And he goes, "No, I know exactly how hard it is to get a photo like that because it's always surrounded. It's always surrounded." Great museum, by the way. But yeah, that's where it's from. And of course, I wore my appropriate. Actually, I'm wearing that shirt right now.
That's your aircraft carrier for the Enterprise?
Yeah.
That's what I thought.
Yeah. Oh, they also have a cool in the museum on the second level. And they've had it since I was a kid, an aircraft carrier flight bridge. So they actually have the photos going of the planes taking off on one side and landing on the other side of and it looks like a bridge. All the controls aren't there, but it has it's like the flight control for I don't remember which carrier it was, but it was jets. They were definitely launching F-14s, but. Anyway, so it's kind of like you get to walk, and they have the sound pumping through, and the tower chatter, and the sound of the jets, and everything slightly muffled as if you're there.
Right.
Kind of cool. And that's one of the things that if you go in the middle of the day and there's not like a bunch of school buses parked out front, it's just you and the display. I think there was one other person there. It wasn't like loaded with screaming, squawking kids. It was quite great. If you can get to these museums like that, when it's not just a Beatles concert, It's really something to see. But unfortunately, that's one of the purposes they serve. Well, you know what I'm saying, right?
Oh, I'm sorry. That was just too funny.
I was
Well,
holding
that's
it
what
in
it
until you let it out.
that's what it sounds like. But I know it's a purpose because I was there with those trips too, and I was lucky enough to live here, and my mom would take me all the time to all the museums, art museums, definitely Air and Space, my favorite. Natural History Museum, close second. Um, Knew all the displays, knew exactly where everything was. Still, now and going back and revisiting them now that they've been rebuilt, they've been redesigned. A lot of them. Um, Air and Space, not so much, but like natural history's been redone. American history is, I call it the Museum of American Tchotchkes because basically it's got a lot of really cool displays like they used to, but so many of them are these diorama cases full of just random stuff. You can see Lucille Ball's dress. You could see Dorothy's red slippers. You can see a real Stradivarius in a case. It's just like all these. It's like, what is this? It's just a collection of really cool shit. But I don't know. But the best thing on display is the Star Spangled Banner. And again, on that day when I was doing a museum tour with my wife, um, not a tour. We just drove there, and I was
Right.
showing her all the museum. Anyway, on this day, we got to go in there, and it used to be on the wall on the outside in the atrium, but now it's in a darkened, controlled environment.
Right.
And there's usually a line. There's like this mass. There was nobody there, and we asked, "Is it closed?" And they're like, "No, go on in." And it was like us and one other family looking at Star Spangled Banner right there. And
Are you talking
old
about the flag they have up that has the 15 stars, 15 stripes?
No, it's well, it was tatters of a flag. It was a huge flag. I think it was the one that was being flown in the harbor.
Hmm.
It looked like it was made of rags, really, and it wasn't all intact. It's in the Smithsonian. You should check
Yeah.
it out.
Oh, yeah.
It's like one of those. It's the size of one of those flags that in the middle of nowhere you see a car dealership with that gigantic sail of a flag. It's like that size. It's huge. And like I said, it's not intact. So they have like a drawing under it of what it normally looks like, but most of it is what's left is still there. But we were lucky enough to get there, and there was nobody in line. And when we left, the line was already like wrapping around all those little turnstiles and everything, because like a couple tour buses had arrived. But if you can get to these places when it's not that crowded, and you end up lucking out into that weather usually, it is just it's such a personal experience. It reminds me of Captain Picard with the rocket, when he touches it and he's like, it's such a personal thing. But I understand why, because I was one of those screaming kids once, and I learned a hell of a lot. So now I'm just older, and it's annoying. But man, if you can, same thing with Luray Caverns when I went there. Big tourist trap, beautiful place. My wife and I, we went down there, lucked out in between tour buses. We were the only people there in the bottom of that place for the longest time. And as we were leaving, like 5 buses had arrived, and it was just a cacophony of screaming and yelling and cell phones and stuff. So it's always nice to luck out when you can, but you have to try, and you have to try over and over before you can get that personal time with the exhibit where you're not being distracted. But anyway, that's my museum story. Anyway, that's that.
So, okay, what about you, old media guy? Anything to talk about before we wrap things up?
Just listening to Dave reminds me of going to the Chicago Natural History Museum and all the exhibits they had. It's been years since I've been there. I want to go back.
We may have to do one based on history in the future, but like I said, tomorrow, Christmas.
Yeah.
Any closing thoughts from you, NB?
I'm debating on a meatball sub or an eggplant parmesan sub.
Meatball
for lunch.
Meatball. Yeah, because eggplant parmesan is disgusting.
No, it's not from this place.
I'm sorry.
That's
Well,
okay.
on
I
that
went
note,
right to meatball because I have meatballs in the freezer that my wife made, and I've got the sub roll. And I was actually already thinking that before I came on. What am I going to have for lunch? So that's why I was so quick on the trigger there.
Oh yeah,
Tiki
Tiki
for
agrees.
meatball also.
Yeah, it's a little mom and pop Italian place up the road here called Giorgio's. Man, makes the best subs in town.
And again, I would like to thank everybody for coming today. Everybody who's been on the panel, everybody who's been in chat. It has been a pleasure to have you on, even the people who have been so kind as to give down votes. But thank you again. Have a wonderful day. And remember, tomorrow is Christmas theme. So have a great day. Talk to you all tomorrow.